Okay, it's 5:30 and we're going to go ahead and start the City Council work session meeting for tonight. And I'd like to call on Adam Garvin, our interim city manager, to present our topic for tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, the purpose of tonight's work session is to get some direction on the CPR Bond Project. And Claudia is going to run slides tonight. So this work session comes from goal number 5 in your guys' goals for this fiscal year, which is build a new pool and community center. We have a few key discussion questions this evening when we get to the end of this slide deck. Whether you guys are still pursuing replacement or if you're reconsidering renovation, right sizing the ask. The initial concept out of MacPac was 125,000 square feet at roughly 150 million. The ask that went to the ballot was 55,000 square feet at 98.5 million. And then where would you guys be with putting this back on the ballot? Do you need additional information, appraisals, operating budgets, fee schedules, etc.? Bond timeline, your next 3 elections are May of 26, November of 26, or May of 27. Purchase timeline of the Mac Water and Light property and how that plays in under the current purchase and sale agreement, as well as the bond timeline. And then what do we need to do with our current buildings if you choose to go the replacement route? Next slide. So this slide is, I knew it would be hard to read, but it was a historic timeline that was developed over the years of kind of how we got here, dating back to 2013 when there was some budget cuts to lower the burn rate of the general fund. And then how the MacPac came to be through the 2019 facilities assessment, and then walking that through 21 through 24 when you got the McMinnville Water and Light purchase and sale agreement in place in December of 24. Next slide. So the November 4th special election, this breaks down that slide for you guys. The 98.5 million was 72.5 for the new pool and rec center building, 4.5 million for the senior center, 4.5 million for the library, 9 for parks, which was a laundry list of things pulled out of the pros plan, with a good majority of that being based around redesigning Upper City Park, the Dragon Park wood structure there, as well as $2 million dedicated to identifying something to do with the old pool site, and then $6 million for outdoor recreation, so turf fields, pickleball, things like that. And then this is a breakdown of how those votes came out. So you guys had about 9,500 votes come in. It failed by 13, which triggered an auto recount, which was verified at still 13 votes short, for about a 40% voter turnout, which was an astounding turnout in a special election. But I think it leaves the question we're here tonight to answer is what's next. Next slide. So I wanted to give you guys a brief snapshot of the 2 current facilities that create this new pool and rec center. These numbers were pulled with the help of GEOF out of the 2019 assessment, and then applied the construction index to that from 19 through 25. And so these are in $2,025. The Aquatic Center's an old facility, renovated 40 years ago, 28,000 square feet. Doesn't provide a lot of programming flexibility if you're wanting to do multiple things at once. Swim meet plus still allow kids to play and interact or do swim lessons. Has old style shower systems, has ADA issues, basically a very dated facility, and then has a little over $2 million in current deferred maintenance, not even looking at anything in the future. That's just from 2019 to today on a current CIP assessment, capital improvement assessment that Public Works is working on right now. Next slide. The community center has a pretty high renovation and replacement costs, and the low and high there basically intersect, and so this is similar to what it was in 19. Was why would you renovate something that has structural deficiencies and programming deficiencies in how it's designed versus replacing something when you could get some economies of scale through operations. It is a 55,000 square foot facility, but it was originally constructed in 1924 and last extensively renovated in 1980. Currently it's got a little over $3.5 million in deferred maintenance from today back, not looking forward at all. Replacement allows for modern design, accessibility, and flexibility of programming needs. And that's why we can, if you combine those two numbers, you're obviously a lot bigger than the most recent proposed 55,000 square foot facility. But with the programming efficiencies and the architecture efficiencies you would have in a new facility, that's why you're shrinking the square footage and still maintaining programming or even increasing programming in some instances. And next slide. So a couple different bar graphs for you just to kind of reinforce those dollars and what it looks like. This is breaking down facilities by themselves. The next slide, we'll look at the total comparison of renovation versus replacement.
Did you send us these slides? Or
they were finished not long ago, but they will be sent to you.
Okay. Trying to read
Next
them
slide,
all.
Claudia. So total replacement renovation, if you went on the high side of the scale of the 2025 numbers, you're looking at $83.7 million combined to replace those two buildings. The actual cost is always going to depend on the final scope and design decisions that are made by the team, and then obviously the market conditions. As we've seen over the last 6 years, construction costs have gone up significantly. They have started to slow down on their runaway costs, but the longer you wait, the more expensive it's going to be at the end of the day. Next slide. So what we're here for tonight, that was all information to set the table for what you guys are here for tonight, and that's right-sizing the bond to an amount that you guys are comfortable with. Your most recent bond failed by 13 votes. There could be a train of thought that says it is right-sized currently and you just need a better information campaign to be successful. There's also the train of thought that you're going to look at what you can cut or reprogram, and I want to walk you guys through what that means if you want to be back on a May 26th ballot. If you're looking to reimagine the whole thing, May 26th isn't realistic, and we'll get to the election calendar here in a little bit. But first we need to, if we're going to go for May 26th, we need to identify a target bond size that this policy body is comfortable asking voters to consider in May of 26. Whether that bond should prioritize a full facility or if it should go for more of a phased approach. and then the balance between a defined scope and a model, and having all the answers that people want answers to when you're going for a campaign, or having it be more of a flexibility model. Candidly, if you want more of a defined scope and cost and all those things take time to get, and so you're walking yourself away from a May of 26 ballot, and you're looking more at November or May of 27. And then confirming the timing of remaining details, site reuse plans, exact costs for developing, whether we're going to do that after voter direction or prior to ballot placement. Next slide. So existing facilities, this was a common question in town halls and passing with the community. Currently, I'm not aware of any adopted plan for the future use of the existing aquatic center or community center. So we need to figure out what you guys want to do with that. If you want to land on something before it goes back to the ballot, or if you want that to be remaining unknown. Important caveat is the aquatic center property is subject to park covenants, and it can't be sold for private development, so it needs to stay a city park use or public use. The community center has greater flexibility. You could reuse that for a different use, or you could sell it off, but we haven't evaluated any of those options, and staff hasn't gotten any direction from the policy body if you need that question answered before you go back out. So that's where we're at with existing facilities. Next slide, Claudia. This is a local election calendar if you guys want to pursue a May of 26, and why I said you would have very limited flexibility on redesigning or reimagining or getting answers to some of the questions I've mentioned earlier is we need to submit a ballot title by February of 27. That gets us into March, and basically requires almost a drop everything effort from myself, Claudia, and Noel on putting those types of things together to get it on a May of 26 ballot. Not saying it's not possible, it's just limits you guys on the additional information we can go out and procure, as well as your ability to modify the existing plan. That said, the current fiscal year had $150,000 budgeted for the county election costs. Amity added something to the ballot, so that offset our costs. The invoice from the clerk came in about a week ago at a little over $61,000, leaving $88,460.28 in that line item. The additional $28,000 in there for praxis, we only expended $15,376. So in total, we have a little over $100,000 remaining in this fiscal year's budget to put this back on the May ballot. So as far as a cost goes, you guys have the money there to put it on the ballot without having to dip into ARPA dollars or do any fund realignment or anything like that. And I felt that that was an important thing to call out for you guys, that it is cost neutral to this fiscal year's budget. Next slide. So another unknown out there is if you guys agree that the Miller property next to Water and Light that we're under purchase and sale agreement with Water and Light is the site for this facility. If it is the site for this facility, our current purchase and sale agreement only goes through December of 26. That's when we need to execute the closing by. So outside of a May of 26 vote, we would need to move forward with the purchase of the Miller property if you guys would like. And so I'm looking for some direction on that. If you guys would like to pursue purchasing that property regardless of where we're at with the bond, to secure that property and have it be a master site for the sports complex partnered with the current Joe Dancer Park. how we would acquire that property, the funding mechanism for that. I'm still exploring options on that, but I just need direction before I go deeper down that path with John Dietz from Water and Light on trying to come to an agreement on a purchase arrangement. Next slide. And that brings us to your guys' ample time for discussion this evening.
Okay, who wants to start? Okay, Councilor Chenoweth?
I think I got it now, but that mic has still got some issues. Whoa, this thing is hot. So on the renovation numbers, I'm struggling with those renovation numbers. Part of the reason I'm struggling with those renovation numbers is if you look at Redmond, Washington, and what they did for their pool renovation, they did it for $8 million. And goodness. Let me read this to you so you understand the extent of what they did. Phase 1 improvements included mechanical systems, air handling units, boiler system, electrical, roof, window systems, and improved circulations. Crews also repaired the pool's concrete substructure, which was discovered to be compromised in October 2019. That was Phase 1. Phase 2 included new pool decking, lobby, locker room upgrades, and improvements to the ADA Act requirements. All of that was done for $8 million.
When was it done and what
They
site?
just reopened. So I'm struggling seeing a $24.5 million number for the pool, which then makes me struggle on the numbers for the community center as well. Because if we're overstated by that much in one, then likely we're overstated by at least that much in the other. So I have some concerns on where that came from. I have asked through this process multiple times to get a number on what it would take to repair the existing structures, to meet ADA requirements, to get us to a place where we can function for 20 years. Every time I've asked for that numbers, I was told these numbers for renovation are not those numbers. The renovation numbers includes upgrading it to the increased capacity we want to have, which would explain why it's so much higher. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly. Thank you. And I'm sorry I'm being so loud.
Yeah, the renovation numbers are to get it to a modern standard. All I could say about 8 million versus the numbers that are in there is no two projects are the same. You can look at a variety of analogies with that, but you look at a vehicle, for instance, Councilor Chenoweth, you drive a Toyota Highlander, you have an SUV, but you could also have a very dated SUV, and that's going to be a lot more expensive to maintain or bring up to a safety standard.
I get all that, but that's a 300% increase.
Do you know the size of the Redmond facility? Is it 28,000 square feet? Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Councilor Sokolsky?
How much is the land purchase again? Out the Miller?
The land purchase in the most recent ballot initiative, they set aside $4.5 million. The purchase and sale agreement price is $3.84.
Okay. And then the recreation center and the pool itself, do you remember how much that cost?
The recreation center and the pool itself,
Does that include the price of the land in it?
it did. So in the $98.5 million bond, that 58,000 square foot pool and rec center was tagged at $72.5 million. They set aside $4.5 million for acquisition, $50 million for construction, and $18 million for construction contingency.
And that was just for the pool and the rec center?
Yeah, that's how they broke it down. I would note that Happy Valley has bond that they had, their construction cost was around $965 a square foot. So if you roughly used $1,000 a square foot, the 55,000 square foot facility should be 55 million. You throw in the property acquisition cost, you're at 59.5. If you, whatever you want to add for additional contingency on there, you could, but I think you could sharpen your pencil on that 72.5.
Mayor, if I may ask another question, do we have the funding to actually secure the property? I know we don't have it set aside, but do we have it that we could use?
There's a few trains of thoughts on how to secure that, and I'm currently exploring those with John Dietz from Water and Light, but I don't have anything concrete to put in a public meeting right now. But that would all be agreed on in a future meeting with you guys, and you'd be briefed on that in a real estate executive session before anything came out for a vote.
Okay. I have one more comment, if I may. So the pool itself today, I find inadequate, and it's not anything that I find is very attractive for our city. The senior center is used much less frequently by the entirety of our entire citizens. The library itself, while not completely ideal, is functioning, and it's much better than the condition of our pool. I would ask and just put a proposal forward that we do secure the land and then try to get the rec center and the pool itself without the senior center and without the library upgrades on the May 26th ballot. That's my proposal.
May 26th. Did you say 26 or 28?
Just to clarify, what I heard from Councilor Tukolsky was take the $98.5 million package, remove the senior center and the library, which would reduce it by $9 million. And then were you wanting to do any other things off that $98.5 million, or?
I'd like to reduce as much as possible while still being able to obtain the pool and the rec center itself. I don't want to go back through another design cycle. That would be a significant amount of effort, and the project committee themselves, they've worked for years to bring forth a pool and rec center that they believe is appropriate for McMinnville. So I would ask that we continue with what they've proposed for the pool and the rec center, but remove everything else. Thank you.
Councilor
Cap-
Quinta?
Thanks. Not really a question, but could you, sorry, Kim, can you please bring up the slide that where you had the breakdown of costs?
Yeah, that's on the election slide 4, Claudia.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So, it's a little distracting. I agree with Councilor Tukolsky that we should improve the pool facility, not just improving the existing structure, but actually improve the services delivered through the pool facility. One of the offsets that we have that's a potential offset for cost is the community center, if we were to transact the community center. Has there yet been any analysis on the estimated sale, what we might be able to put that facility up for on the marketplace?
We have not commissioned any appraisals on that or CMAs to my knowledge, and that would be, if you guys wanted an answer to that question, we could do that. There would be a cost associated with that, but we could definitely do that.
Thank you. And Mayor, may I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. I am concerned about doing it in the May election, although I think that is something that I'm definitely open to, mostly because the consultant that we met with suggested that that would be a more difficult election for us to be successful in, based on their reviews. So I'm open to it, but I do have concerns that it might be more challenging than doing it at the regular general election. The other question that I had from this slide, it relates to the old pool site. There was a line item in there for 2 million. Was the assumption, my recollection of the assumption was basically demoing that facility and then improving the Upper City Park?
So the Upper City Park improvements are in the park's 9 million.
Okay.
And that Upper City Park cost is roughly 3.5 to 4 million. It's pulled out of the pros plan. The 2 million for the old pool site is for just basically setting aside for the policy body and staff to figure out what to do with that building, whether that's demoing it and making it a parking lot or, you know, reimagining its use or whatever. They just wanted to put something. My recollection from the town halls is the MacPac wanted to put something in the bond so it wasn't just this unfunded building that we can't sell off, and it's just like this, you know, thing that becomes Nelson House 2.0.
Okay. So one additional reason I think for waiting would be to try and figure out, waiting to November would be to take the time to try and figure out what exactly to do with the old pool site, and then also to get more clarity on the value of the community center. Beyond that, I appreciate the comments on removing the senior center. I don't know that it's a good idea to completely remove, but perhaps reducing the amount of the updates. I think the library, although it is in good shape, we've had plenty of testimony from staff about the condition of the air conditioning and other elements in the library that probably need updating. So I think where I would be more inclined to pull money back from would be the contingency, the construction contingency, which is significant in this project. My belief is that if we can sell the community center, reduce the contingency, the cost of the bond to the community could be more on order of, you know, 78 million, 75 million, 80 million, in that price range. And at that point, I think it might have more support. So those are my thoughts. And I do think we need to get more granular in terms of the information that we have before we really make a final decision, but those are my suggestions. Thank you.
Yes. Councilor Payne? Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Mine seems loud too. I would be slightly more in favor of pulling back a bit from the library, because if I remember right, we were considering a pretty large expansion on that, and I agree. No?
Remodel of the children's room in the lobby.
Okay. But given that the library is delivering a lot of services at home, which is amazing, I think I would be more inclined to pull back a bit more from the library and maybe forego some improvements on the Carnegie space, but understand that the HVAC system at the library needs to be done. I think at one point we were waiting for estimates on that, and I don't know that we ever saw anything on that. Do you know, Jenny?
At one point in time, there was consideration of bringing in somebody to evaluate that, but then the feedback we received from this body was that you weren't interested in having a consultant to do that. We had some money in there, but that got transferred to the Parks and Recreation Department to fix the elevator at the community center. So there was money at the library. There is no longer money at the library. And then just to, in terms of the expansion at the library, that was in the previous dollar amount when it was coming in at 150 million, and we knocked all of that back to 98.5.
Thank you.
So that's when I think the library went from 20 to 24 million down to 4.5 million.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I also have hesitation with moving this forward while we still have the city services charge going on. I feel like if we want community members to support this, we need to soften the financial blow. That's the end of my thoughts.
Councilor Geary?
Thank you. So in summary, to offer my thoughts on where I think we should be, I'll offer some of my perspective from the last several months out on the campaign trail specific to this. Specifically in light of losing by 13 votes, the summary of what I heard out there as to why we ended up losing by that many, not by prevailing by that, was more information on what the building actually would look like, a site plan, conceptual plan, a set of plans. More info on what the facility would cost to operate, an actual operating cost model for what we're talking about specifically. More information on how much the facility would cost the public to use, so an updated costing model, not using the old costing model we had from the MacPac process. Understanding and trust that the city would maintain the facility, and then going forward as a new facility. And overall, $98.5 million is a lot of money. I don't disagree with any of those things. That's a pretty accurate summation of what I think were the main things. So how do we address those and move forward? Because the underlying issue of why we're here is I believe we have critical failures in the facilities and infrastructure for our parks and recreation, specifically the community center and the aquatic center. So what we would need is an actual conceptual layout of what a 56,000 square foot facility with competition pool, rec pool, 2 basketball courts, exercise room, childcare, the things that we said would actually look like. I think we would need a conceptual site plan of what that facility would look like laid on the Miller property. How is it going to lay out? How roughly, conceptually, could people move in and out of there, and what would it look like? Operations plan and a user fee schedule for what that facility would cost to maintain, operate for the long term, and cost the residents of the city of McMinnville to use, and the residents of other cities to use. And an overall lower bond cost ask. My proposal to get there, in conjunction with what City Manager Garvin has laid out, would be to get those concept plans and site plans made by OPSIS, who was a part of the project for MacPac. Since the election has been certified, and a little bit before then, I've been in conversations with them. That is a service they're willing to provide to the city for no cost. Getting the costing model updated for what that facility would actually cost by a builder of these natatoriums has also been offered to do, to get an accurate estimate of what that specifically would cost us to do. Getting an updated operating model from the Ballard King, who was the consultant that OPSIS brought to the table for the original MacPac proposal, who also has offered to do up to 5 hours of work pro bono to create that operating model and costing model for us. And I think to get the overall bond cost lower, removing the library, the senior center from the project overall, lowering the parks investment by about half, and then lowering the outdoor rec at the center to about half of that, the $3 million, buying the Miller property outright, and removing the old pool site $2 million and lumping it in with a little bit bigger of the parks to basically just have the parks money pay for the Upper City Park renovations as well as taking down the existing pool. I think time is of the essence. The window of opportunity still exists to regroup, solve these issues, and for the community, and put us on the right path for the future. I think while it looks like a tall, daunting order, I think all of those things are fairly doable if we kind of commit to moving forward in May of '26. All those things can be had. I think it's prudent, it's still doable, and it's of value to the community, because the sooner we can do this, the sooner we can actualize the real costs and move forward. These things only are going to get more and more expensive as we go forward. Our needs are going to pile up and mount, and we're going to be faced with closing those facilities if we don't do something. And I think this is the best investment the city can make for those facilities.
Right. I'm going to go down and ask Scott if he has anything he wants to say first.
Adam, the funds that we've set aside for the election, which you put at about $101,000, if we were to not go for May, but go for November, would that funding source have to go through the budget process again, or would it roll over? I'd assume it'd have to go through the budget process again, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Heather, maybe you can shine a little bit of light on one of the questions that was asked up here of what we could do with the old rec center. I know it has some historical denotions to it. What is the realistic private redevelopment of that building?
I don't want to suggest that we've already done that analysis because we haven't done it, but there are examples of other similar types of, I would say, school buildings of similar size, unreinforced masonry from that time period that have been rehabbed and renovated into housing, for instance. There's a couple of great Portland projects that have done that. In Redmond, we did it for an elementary school building similar size that got rehabbed into a new city hall. So there's opportunities to take these old buildings like this. There are people interested in them and rehab them into future use to serve the community. But I don't think we've done that analysis or had that discussion yet.
Okay. I have a lot of the similar questions that have been asked on the dais, and I have a lot of the similar concerns as well. I do fear for the day that we get told that we can't use one of these buildings, and then what? And so I understand that time is of the essence to move forward because we can only move forward. But I'd also say that I think, you know, if we're truly measuring a renovation versus a replacement cost, I think there are still some questions out there. Now, I beg to say that I think that those numbers are probably closer to reality, if not more expensive. I understand what Redmond did, and I looked it up, and their building was built in 1979, so I think there might be something to be done with the fact that it's a much younger building. So with that being said, I too, like Sal, would question if it's not best to get as much of this information together for the community and put it up on the November ballot. But understanding that we're going to go through a budgetary process that will be certainly as difficult as the last one and could be even more difficult. So I wonder, you know, what the situation will be if we don't use this opportunity with the budget that we've got. So I'm conflicted.
Okay, Chris, you only asked a question. Do you want to give a statement? Okay.
Once again, I will reiterate that I think this is not the appropriate approach. I think we have 20 years-ish of PERS pressures on our budget. Our budget is super tight. We've been unable to maintain what we currently have. I don't have any aspirations or belief that we're going to be able to maintain anything we build going forward, particularly a bigger building than what we already have that we couldn't maintain already, particularly when that's going to require, as best as I can tell, more programming and services, which means more costs that we're going to have to try to maintain for salaries and the like during on a year-to-year basis. So I just feel like it's an irresponsible move by us to continue to move forward on this project. I think I absolutely 100% agree. I have deep concerns about the condition of the pool. I have deep concerns about the condition of the community center. I would continue to advocate, and I have continued to advocate, that we get an actual real number on what it costs to fix what we have, buy the Miller property, and put that forward as the bond to give us 20 more years, get us out from underneath PERS, and then we already own the Miller property to make this dream a reality at a time that is more responsible and feasible. And that's my comments.
Councilor Geary, do you have a response?
Well, just, will you go over to, you had a slide that had the square footage of the Community center?
Yeah, so the community center is currently 55,000. The current pool is 28,000, and the new facility would be 55,000 total, pool and rec.
If you look at joining both those facilities together, the operating costs roughly, we're currently paying to operate a lot bigger space. The new rec center as proposed would be a much smaller space.
Of the two facilities combined, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I had a question.
Okay, Counselor Peralta?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yep.
This is really a question for Counselor Geary and Tukalski. You, Counselor Geary, had suggested, actually, I think both of you suggested taking out the senior center and the library, and then going forward in May. And I think that's an interesting idea that we should consider. But neither of you mentioned reducing the contingency as part of the cost savings. So I wanted to get your feedback on that. And then secondarily, on the question of removing the library, I think we still have outstanding maintenance that needs to happen at the library, in particular the HVAC and other kind of related items. So I guess I'm wondering, are you open to keeping in sufficient resources into the library renovation? Because bearing in mind, once we do this bond, we won't be doing another one for some time to do any kind of facility replacements or updates. So are you open to?
Let's hold that thought until I have an opportunity to give, so all of us have an opportunity to give our opinions.
Oh,
first,
sure.
And then
That
we'll
was
come
my
back to
question
that.
To the two counselors.
Okay, we'll get back to that.
Okay.
Since make sure everybody has an opportunity to give, because Chris got to. So my thought process is, go ahead.
Mayor, just for context, deferred maintenance, pulling it out of the same spreadsheet that the community center and aquatic center deferred maintenance numbers came out of, the library currently has 1.38 million in deferred maintenance.
1.38?
Yeah.
Okay, so some of my concerns are the same as what people have told Counselor Geary, that the aquatic center, and I know that we talked about this, Kevin Chambers and I and Lisa Macy Baker, about maybe visiting, and I think Zach, we talked about it too, is seeing the Redmond Center, being able to actually see it and get up close and make sure that is exactly what we want, since that's what we're basing it on. And I do think that we need to have some plans in place, like Zach said, so that people that are voting are actually knowing what they're voting on and what they're going to get. And based on that, if we determine exactly what we're going to have or propose, we can actually have an operating budget in hand to be able to know exactly what it's going to cost to run it, what it's actually going to cost for someone to use it. Since it went on to the ballot, we've also had some conversations with other partners that are interested in at least having a conversation. Be Linfield, we can talk to the school district. So in regards to the park budget, I think there's some ways to get more for our money than possibly what might be on included in that. So I think whenever that we can work together to get some fields that work for the entire community, it makes sense to give that an option and a try. I think that we should remove the senior center as well and the library at this point to just be able to get, and again, it's going to depend on once we see that facility and determine what the cost is. I think that May is too aggressive. I think we should be looking at November. I don't want to rush it. I want to make sure it's correct, especially not being part of that in the past. And the contingency was big, but maybe it was right. So again, without knowing the facts, it's hard for me to answer that. But I think that we should take the time and get those answered and move forward. I do believe in purchasing the Miller project or property and work with Water and Light, like you and I have talked, and figure out how that can happen, but we should at least explore that. Now we can go back to your question for Councilor Tukalski and Councilor Geary. Question?
Yeah, I do. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Councilor Peralta, I was the first person to actually throw that proposal forward, so I wasn't comprehensive in my in my entire wording of how I expected that to happen. I would like to see the senior center removed. I would like to see the library removed. I would like to acquire the Miller property so that we have it in hand. I do not believe it's a good idea or feasible to even remove any of the maintenance items that are required. The HVAC systems for the library need to be kept included. Anything that we have in there that is what I would consider an operating cost in order to make certain that it continues to operate is something that I think needs to stay in there. I didn't put that in a line item. Did that answer your question?
I think so. What I heard is removing, you know, kind of any expansion or something like that of the library, but the deferred maintenance would probably still be included. Is that roughly accurate?
Well, yeah, well, we can only let these buildings go for so long on deferred maintenance, and we've done this since, I think it was 2019 when the deferred maintenance began. We're going to continue to lose the opportunity to even maintain our facilities in a working order, much like the pool has become.
Yeah.
And I am a proponent of moving forward with the pool itself and the rec center itself so that we can acquire what we need for our citizens, because today's pool is not adequate.
Contingency comment?
What's that?
I think he also had a question about the contingency.
I don't know what the contingency comment is based on, or excuse me, the contingency is based on. It needs to be thoroughly reviewed. 18 million is a lot, and I don't know that it's out of line, but I also don't know that it's correct. And $18 million is a significant portion of the bond that just failed. So if we could sharpen the pencil on that and say what these things are going to be for each line item, I think that's important. Yes.
Just once, can Zach answer the question that he had? Okay.
So I'm unfortunately too wed to all of these things, Sal, and they're all my babies, and I don't want to scuttle any of them. But I'm in the reality where we didn't move forward, and so, you know, it's all open for scrutiny. I know that a smaller overall package has a better chance of being successful, and to that end, I think the smartest way to do that and preserve, instead of shrinking everything by 20%, can you shrink the overall project by bulk items and removal? Senior center, library are easy packages of projects that, while I believe those can and should and need to be done, they could be done at a later time or with different methods, or if we have to take things out, these are ones that rise to the top of I guess, first out. The Parks 9 million was made up of multiple projects from the short-term project list that were identified as bond-funded projects. So the Upper City Park, Dragon Park replacement was about, as Garvin said, $3.8 million, adding some in there to thoroughly be able to not have a derelict pool facility and do that project is about all that we would have in there for about half. So that makes sense at a rough stopping point. The outdoor recreation facility was really for some grand ideas of turf fields and pickleballs and covering, and so if we can kind of cut that in half and have half the offerings, or figure out a way to do that and wrap it around, you know, just being able to dedicate some money to some needed things, but maybe fewer of them, I guess, makes sense. And then again, taking out the old pool site $2 million, because we can sort of tackle it in with the big project and the parks money, I think makes the most sense to overall lower it. Again, I don't want to lose any of these, but that's where we're at. And I think in the conversations I've had with the construction contingency, I think that 18 million should be viewed less as a construction contingency and overall, and probably more of an overall project investment contingency for that $50 million. I think when you look at constructing the city to endeavor to construct a 56,000 square foot rec center, as we're talking about, looking at it as a $68 million project is a safe number, but open to scrutiny. I think the more eyes and the more process put on that number, the better. But I've sat across from a lot of people when I slide the number across the table of what their building is going to cost, and we're always looking at ways to cut it down, and the contingency is an easy one to go at the beginning, but it's most painful later when you need it. So I think that's a good number.
Councilor Chenoweth?
As much as this is not helpful to the case that I just made, let me point out two things. First, I agree with Sal that our pollster made it really clear that November has a better chance for success than May. So if you're really wanting to move forward with this, I would push to November. Second, what nobody but maybe me remembers is that if you don't have the senior center on that bond, the chance of passage goes down dramatically. They showed that to us in multiple ways. So just want to mention that, although that doesn't, like I said, help what I'd like to see happen. I think making the decision that's best for everybody with the needed facts to make the decision that they want to make is important. And it was very clear. I asked point blank, as I see this, without the senior center, the percentage goes down quite a bit. And the pollster said, yes, that's accurate. So.
Did you have something else?
Just a few comments on the polling and then looking at the election roadmap from us. You know, for what it's worth, Happy Valley just recently did a similar-ish project, and it failed by a good margin, much more than 13 votes. They did multiple pollings, and all of which indicated their high success rate, and they ended up tanking. So, you know, polling gives you the best possible idea and hope, but and I've heard pollsters, you know, push one way or the other on lots of different things. So, I think there's arguments to and fro on both. I would just point out the world changes really fast, and by the time we get to November, the sort of potential inertia that we gained by running this election, I mean, there were still people getting up to speed a few days to go with the election happening, and so I think that opportunity window is narrow, and the more elections pass, the closer we get to 2027 and 2028, where the school district will be going for theirs. And we want to make sure, I think, in an effort to be good partners with them and to the community itself that wants to continue to make those investments in both areas, that we can try and stagger those as much as possible and not have to put a pause on this for multiple years to allow that to happen. So there's a potential of more time hanging out there and wanting to be good partners with that agency that's going to likely be making that ask in the 27-28 timeframe.
And I think being good partners with them is having that discussion to see if together we can accomplish some of these things. Anybody else before we go back to Adam? Questions, Adam?
So I just want to kind of bring it back to some of our key discussion questions tonight. From what I've heard on the dais, it looks like we have 6 of the 7 favoring replacement over renovation. Just some head nods, not looking for any votes. I've heard various numbers as far as a dollar amount. Sal was the most vocal, around 75 to 80 million. I would like some you guys could go down the dais and give your appetite for that, even if that's $8 million, Chris.
For
a future bond. Like what is the
I
number
don't know that I
we're
can answer
trying
that
to?
until I'd like to visit the Redmond site and have more information.
So Redmond's due to be finished in July.
And there's other sites.
So if we're going to wait until Redmond's finished, you wouldn't be going in November of 26 either.
Mm-hmm.
Just to be clear.
I'm voting for November.
Yes.
Thank you, Adam. I just want to clarify, you were saying if we waited till Redmond, we probably wouldn't be able to go till November of this year as well, correct?
Well, if you go over and tour it, pending they finish on schedule, so you toured it in July, then you want to develop your conceptual site plans and your operating budgets and everything else off of what you visited. You're months out from getting those done. So the realistic, if you're going to wait until you tour Redmond when it's live, would
Or
be May of
not exactly
27.
live, but I think we need to go. I would like to go over and see where it sits, and you know, it's in construction phase. So I personally would.
So my only additional comment is I definitely agreed with the folks around pulling out some items so long as we maintain the needed maintenance in those buildings. I'm less excited about or less interested in removing the entire, cutting the recreation portion in half, because I think there's a lot of programming that's part of that would be part of the community, part of the added benefit of making these investments for the community. And I just feel like, $3 million out of a, say, $75 or $80 million project is probably less. It's probably more bang for the buck in terms of what we get versus what we're removing, if that makes sense. The juice that we get from that $3 million is a lot more than the squeeze, in my opinion. So I'd be in favor of keeping in the recreation funding. But otherwise, I'm in agreement with most of the comments that have been made on the dais around costing and what to remove. I'm flexible as far as going forward in May or November. I'm mindful of the fact that May might be more difficult, but even if it's not successful, then we can come back in November with that information. I would note that my wife's hometown of Grand Junction just built a very large and expensive pool facility. It took them 4 times to get the votes to pass it. So these can be very difficult votes because they're expensive, and people want to have confidence in what they're purchasing. But I do think it's important that we move forward this year, either in the May or the November election, and have it more right-sized along the lines that we've discussed tonight. Thank you.
Any other direction on
Councilor Payne has a
dollar amount, your total budget you're open to?
I don't have a question or comment on the money or the amount. I'm concerned about this process interfering with our pursuit and recruitment of a new Parks and Recreation director, and if this process is going to kick that further down the road.
That would depend on what you guys end up with tonight. If it's May of 26, I think there's value in holding that position back because a new facility is a different hire than somebody that needs to work with existing facilities. If it's going to be, we're going to redesign this and it's going to be November of 26 or May of 27, then I think we launch that Park and Rec director position in the near term.
Nice.
For right size the ask, my math would be 76 million. That would be the rec center at 68, parks at 5, and outdoor rec at the new facility at 3. Assuming we can buy the property outright, remove the library and the senior center, and those are half parks and half outdoor rec at the new facility. So is that 76 million?
Would anybody else like to weigh in on that?
Scott?
I'd say, I agree with Sal in the sense that the getting rid of half of the outside stuff will actually hinder the desire, I think, of people to be able to use it. So where we need to get people to sign up for the family passes, I think that's a big key part to it. So I think with that being said, I would say 80 is probably, I think, a more fair number. So, but I'd be I don't know if I could, if we could crunch some stuff, I could go maybe a little bit higher, but I think 80 sounds about right to me.
Mayor, can I have a point of clarification?
Sure.
So I think Councilor Cunningham and Councilor Peralta have referenced the outdoor stuff. We have $6 million for outdoor rec at the new facility and $9 million for picking off the short-term projects on the Parks and Rec Open Space Master Plan. Are you guys referring to all that group together or one or the other of those two?
I was saying specifically at the new facility,
Okay.
So to get that, which I think is what Councilor Peralta was referring to.
Okay, thank you.
Chris? Nothing to say? Okay. Sal, you already answered? I just want more information before I move forward. And Zach, you already talked. Jessica, do you have anything to say dollar-wise? Nope. Dan, you already answered?
Yeah, I've said everything. Thank you.
Dan, I didn't get a range out of you. Are you wanting to be sub 80, sub 70?
My range would be Let's figure out how much the pool and the rec center should cost with a bit of contingency. Figure out how much we can sell the existing facilities for, being the community center and anything else that we could get rid of, including excess city items, cars, vehicles, whatever we can sell. I know we're getting into the weeds, but there's money that's sitting out there that you could sell things and reduce the cost of the bond itself. I can't give you a real number, but what I can say is that we need the pool, we need the rec center. Unfortunately, I do believe that the senior center itself is not utilized by as many people across the age spectrum, and therefore it should be removed. And the library itself should also be removed. I hate to say that, so I don't know what that adds up to. You and I can do the math on a Friday if you wish.
Yeah, I just wanted a general idea of appetite for a bond, so staff isn't working on, a 90 or
We started at
95 million and-
150 million. We took it down to 98 million.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it somewhere between 60 and 70.
Okay.
I don't even know if that's feasible, though.
Yeah, I hear you. So additional items needed, I've heard appraisals, I've heard operations budgets, I've heard fee schedules. Is there any, and then I heard an actual conceptual overlaid site plan. Is there anything else you guys are looking for outside of a visit of some facilities?
Counselor Tukalski?
If we're going to do this, I'd like to see us secure the land as soon as possible. There's not a lot of land available within McMinnville that's buildable flat-ish and also large enough for that facility. So even if it means that you have to go outside of a bond, to secure that, the land is not getting cheaper, and there's not more land being brought into the EGB at this time. So that's my parting shot.
Yeah, mine would be in line with that on the purchase timeline for Water and Light. Miller property would be, bring back how we propose to do that, the structure, that overall cost as a reminder of where they're at, review of the appraisal, and then what you propose for the cost structure on how we're able to bring that money in to pay that over time. If it's via the council goal of propping up the SDC model for parks on commercial and industrial, which we do not collect anything from to pay for it, or how we'd go about doing that, I think that's good work to be done. I'd like to see that.
Okay. Mayor?
Yep, I want to secure the Water and Light property as well.
Okay. So we have Councilor Tukalski, Councilor Geary, Mayor Morris, Councilor Peralta are for securing the property. Councilor Payne, Chenoweth, or Cunningham, do you have any insight on that? Securing the property from Water and Light outside of a bond?
Nan?
Go to Counselor Payne.
Pursuing securing the property.
Yes. Just one moment. Counselor, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, Counselor Payne.
I don't feel like my perspective has changed. I don't feel like this is the ideal site. So I would really rather not.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
Counselor Chenoweth.
You're asking me to say if I'm in favor of securing a property with funds that I'm not sure where the funds are coming from.
Pursuing, so getting information and bringing it back. Not 100% decision right now.
Okay, that
We would have an
helps me a
executive
lot,
session.
because I'm like, I've been through some torturous budget conversations, and I don't really want to put my rubber stamp on, let's go buy something when I don't even know where it's coming from.
It's a proposal.
So yeah, I mean, if you're asking me, do I want you to bring back more information for that potential purchase? I am in favor of getting the Miller property one way or another, whether it was going the way I wanted it to go or this way.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Cunningham?
Yeah, I'd support trying to secure the Miller property.
Only other item up there is bond timeline. From what I've heard on the dais, mainly is probably the soonest would be November 26th, depending on how we can get answers for some of this stuff. Seem to have the most consensus, but just before we close out here, we got about 27 minutes. Wanted to make sure that I wasn't getting an incorrect reading of the dais.
Counselor Tukalski?
Yeah, I was a proponent of the May of '26 because we already have inertia here, we have momentum, we have people that know what this bond is asking for, at least the previous bond. Plus, things are not getting any less expensive right now. So if we're going to do something, I would ask him, and we also have it in the budget this year. It's already a budgeted item, and it's also, we also have funding left over from the previous bond that was placed on the ballot that we didn't spend, so it could also be something that was taken out of the budget that's already budgeted. So that's why I wanted to move faster, but I understand we also need information, and we can't move recklessly. So I also would like to see the Redmond facility. Yeah, that's what I have.
Counselor Payne.
Thank you. And thank you, Counselor Geary, for cueing me in. Sounds like we're taking a field trip. Does Redmond know we're coming? Bond timeline. Can we do it in November 26 in the middle of a city manager transition?
That's a question for you all.
We don't know what we're going to be, we haven't talked about city manager yet.
Then I would say Adam's been with us a long time, and I don't want to throw any staff under the bus. And I know a lot of work's already been invested in it, but I would say May 26.
Counselor Geary?
I agree.
I say November. I think we need to complete the work, and doing it in 3 months doesn't feel realistic to me.
I'm open to either.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Realistically, given the amount of work that's being asked of you to get this done, how much is the staff going to have to reprioritize what they're doing to accomplish the workload in order to get it on the May ballot?
Some of that will come down to some future phone calls this week on timelines for appraisal of the community center building, hearing that you guys want to know the value of that, the turnaround time of our partners on getting an operations budget and fee schedule turned around, and if they can do that in 5 hours pro bono, or if they're going to need more time than that, and the costs associated with that, and getting that back in front of you guys. But yes, it is a heavy staff lift, and there will be some things that are going to have to be reprioritized to get this to meet the ballot title timeline of February 27. Some of this stuff you might not have before you vote to put it on the ballot, but you would have before the information campaign starts for the vote in May. I forget the date, but I think it's May 19th is the date of the election. So just being realistic about that, you're not going to have everything before you need to vote to put it on a ballot, but you could have it all before it goes to a vote.
So it's always awkward for me to give an opinion on something that I'm opposed to. But that being said, one of the biggest things I heard repeatedly, and I know that we didn't see much of a no campaign. I don't believe that that's going to happen again. I think we're going to see a no campaign. And probably the biggest concerns that were raised was the lack of specificity. And so I would urge, if folks want to see this pass, that they really consider holding this thing off to November. Get all the data, get your ducks in a row, get the specificity that's needed, make sure you have all of it clear before you go back to the voters with a vote.
Yeah, and I'm still kind of where I was before, in the sense that, you know, I understand all the potential benefits of going for May of 26, but I think also getting all of the answers to all the questions so that we can get the information to the voters in a well-packaged way. I have some questions whether we can make that time frame of the May 26th, and so that's why I think, to be realistic, I think we're looking at November 26th.
So no decision has been made. You guys are,
Did we split?
yeah, you sure did. Just like the vote.
The timeline?
So what I'll do with that information is I'll work with Zach on engaging on the operations budget and fee schedule and see where we can get at with the value on the community center building, and bring that back before you guys. And if all that aligns for May of 26, great. If not, we'll pursue a November of 26 path. Anything else? That's all I have. If
Okay, all right, anything else before we close our work session? Okay, I'm going to close the work session at 6:39, and we will be back at 7.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, it's definitely this mic. It was definitely that. Hello? It's not, this is not being staticky, so it's that.
It's 7:00 PM, and it's time to call the city council meeting to order. And Claudia, could you do a roll call?
Counselor Chenoweth,
I get to go first. Here.
Counselor Payne. Present. Counselor Geary,
Good evening.
Counselor Cunningham,
Here.
Counselor Tukolsky,
Present.
Council President Peralta,
Here.
and Mayor Morris.
Here. If you're able to stand, please stand for the pledge. Now it's time for public comments. Any interested audience members are invited to provide comments, and any comment provided that requires some type of follow-up will be assigned to a staff member. Anyone may speak on any topic other than a matter in litigation, a land use decision that is or will be in front of the city council, or a matter scheduled for public hearing at some future date. Comments will be limited to 4 minutes per person for a total of 32 minutes. It is my understanding that we already have several pre-registered members and likely not going to get to everyone. So if you'd like to submit written comments, please do so. You can email them to the city recorder team. Those on Zoom, the email is found on the chat function. Please, when you're brought up, say your name, the city that you live in, and please just keep it respectful, please, to everyone in the room. Claudia?
Yes, before we start, I do want to state for the record that we received 7 electronic statements that was emailed to the council. It'll be made part of the amended packet posted tomorrow. Anything received after noon on Monday will be part of the January 27th packet. We'll go ahead and get started with Perla Mendoza-Morfin.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Perla Mendoza, and I'm a senior at McMinnville High School and an ASB senator. If we look back to 2020, in the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, many of us recall those long, grueling months in quarantine. We remember the anxiety, the depression, the isolation. For some, it was so overwhelming that they blocked that time out entirely, hoping never to relive it again. But for families in our community, especially children of immigrant families, that fear never ended, and that same isolation is returning. During COVID, families stayed inside to be safe. Today, many families stay inside out of fear. Children watch from behind windows instead of playing outside. They listen for unfamiliar cars. They flinch at unexpected knocks. Some run to closets when they hear someone at the door. They carry stress no child should ever have to carry. This is not imagery carefully put together to make a point. This is reality. I know this because it's what my 11-year-old cousin is currently going through. At 11 years old, she worries about sounds outside her home. She hides instead of playing. That is not a normal childhood fear. That is trauma. I ask you to think back to when you were 11. You weren't worrying about this. You were playing outside, spending time with friends, enjoying winter break, enjoying your childhood. These children don't get that. They're not enjoying their time. Their childhood is being shaped by fear. This is a mental health crisis. As a high school student, I see the effects of this fear every day. Anxiety, panic, exhaustion, and silence. When fear becomes routine, it doesn't just affect adults. It shapes childhood, classrooms, and our future. I ran for ASB because I believed representation matters. As a senior senator, my responsibility is to represent every corner of the student body, not just the loudest ones or the most comfortable ones. That has meant fundraising so that yearbooks are accessible, creating projects that reflect my culture so students feel seen, helping bring our culture fair to life so students could celebrate instead of feeling invisible. And when I see a problem, I don't stop at naming it, I act. Today I mobilize students to come here and speak because they're living this reality too. I listened, I organized, and I showed up. When I accepted this position, I understood that leadership means listening, acting, and returning again and again. So I ask you this, if students in high school government can recognize harm, organize their community, and respond with urgency, why is it harder for elected officials to do the same? Tonight, I'm asking this council to declare a state of emergency again, not just for a policy decision, but as a message to immigrant communities that you see them, that you stand with them, and that you will listen when your community is in need. Leadership is not about titles, it's about showing up when people are afraid. Thank you for your time.
Claudia?
Next, we have Zayo Borja.
Welcome.
Good evening, my name is Zia Borja, and I am a McMinnville resident. Today I came here to bring something important to your attention. The youth are scared, but not for the reasons some people may imagine. We are not scared of rumors or assumptions. We are scared of the real harmful actions of ICE. Right now, living unaware is living in danger. What truly scares us is the violence and discrimination happening around us. From what I've seen and heard from my peers, it fills me with anger and sadness. No child or teenager should have to walk into school with their head down, hiding who they are, afraid they might be questioned about their documentation or their parents. No child should ever be deprived of an education because of fear. I've watched people who were once smiling and full of life now walk around with faces filled with dread. I remember one day asking a friend a simple normal question. I asked if she was going to play volleyball with us at the gym. Her response should never be considered normal. She said, "I can't go because of ICE. My parents are scared to let me go out and I'm scared to risk it." Do you hear the problem? A child being prevented from enjoying her hobby, something as simple as playing volleyball because of ICE activity. If that doesn't show how serious this is, let me share another example. On New Year's Eve, my mom had to leave the house at 11 p.m. to help escort a family to another location because they were afraid to stay in their own home. I ask you to imagine what that feels like, being in the one place where you should feel safe, only to realize you don't have that privilege. Instead, you are labeled a threat, a criminal, and guilty until proven innocent. No one should have to live like this. No one should have to question whether it's safe to step outside. I'm here today as a voice for the youth. I ask you to prove that you truly stand with us, to protect not just this generation, but the generations to come. Now is the time to turn words into action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Julian Stevens.
Hello everyone, my name is Julian Stevens. I'm a senior at MHS and I'm really excited to be here, and in fact I'm studying political science in college. That's my future, that's what I want to do. And what really sparked my interest in political science is that the government is made to serve the people, to be a servant of the people. To start off, I'd like to share a quote. Terrible things are happening outside. Poor, helpless people are being dragged out of their homes. Families are being torn apart. Men, women, and children are separated. Children come home from school to find that their parents have disappeared. Does this sound familiar? This was written by Anne Frank in occupied Nazi Germany. Although this quote was written 84 years ago, this quote sounds like it could have been written today by families in fear of ICE. As I mentioned earlier, the whole basis of the government is to be a servant of the people. And having a large part of your community live in fear is not pursuing our constitutional ideals. Last year, I visited the Oregon Senate and sat in a meeting where they passed bills. Before they passed any bills, they recited the Pledge of Allegiance. Reciting the Pledge of Allegiance with elected officials was the first time that I truly felt the importance of the Pledge of Allegiance. Starting as late as elementary school, students are taught to memorize and recite the Pledge of Allegiance nearly every day while holding a hand over their heart. I personally have recited the Pledge of Allegiance hundreds of times. So I ask of you, what good is it to say or memorize the Pledge of Allegiance if not to uphold it? Yes. To me, the most important part of the Pledge of Allegiance is the ending. It ends with liberty and justice for all. So I ask you to uphold these standards and protect everyone in our community with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Next, we have Ben McKay.
Hi, my name is Ben McKay. I'm a senior at MHS and one of the co-presidents of MHS as well. Growing up in McMinnville, Oregon has been a privilege that I don't take lightly. From preschool to senior year of high school, I've witnessed our community face challenges, setbacks, and moments of uncertainty. Through it all, one thing has remained consistent. We have faced those moments together. That sense of unity is one of those things that I'm most proud of. As one of our co-student body presidents at McMinnville High School, it is my responsibility to represent all 2,200 students on our campus, nearly 40% of those students being of Hispanic heritage. And what do you want me to tell my constituents that I represent when they tell me that they're afraid to go to school, that they're afraid that when they step out of their homes, that they might be taken by ICE? How are we as a community, as a generation, supposed to be what comes next in this world when we can't feel safe to learn currently? Just a few months ago, a high school student was taken by ICE during lunch. At lunch, we have an open campus, and I love that rule. We're able to go where we please, where we want, and it gives us the freedoms that we have. Should any student have to worry about being taken by ICE during lunch? Our community is strongest when every student, person feels safe, valued, and protected. Standing up for immigrant families is not just about policy. It's about humanity, dignity, and the belief that everyone deserves a chance to learn without fear. If we truly believe in education and community, then we must stand for it together for all of our students. To quote someone who might have gone first, let's declare that state of emergency, please.
Next, we have Abraham Romo.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Abraham Romo. I'm a 17-year-old senior at McMinnville High School and a part of the soccer program and an active member of the community. Today, I speak not only for myself, but for Hispanic and Latino students who are deeply affected by the current immigration and ICE crisis. I was born and raised here, but I grew up in a Mexican household. Both of my parents immigrated from Mexico at my age for a better life. Because of them, I'm a first-generation Mexican-American, proud both of my heritage and my country. However, I am not proud of what many families like mine are experiencing today. There was a time when I could go for runs, practice soccer, shop with my family without fear. Today, that fear is real. Hispanic students like myself come to school carrying anxiety that our parents may not make it home that very night. It is hard to focus on school when families are being detained, profiled, and separated. This constant fear is harming our mental health, causing stress, anxiety, and emotional exhaustion among students. Mental health among Hispanic students is declining, not because we are weak, but because we are living under a constant psychological pressure. Fear rewires the brain. It affects learning, memory, emotional regulation, and hope. When students don't feel safe, they cannot thrive. When families don't feel protected, children cannot dream. These are the same students whose parents are amongst the immigrants that contribute over $299 billion annually to the U.S. economy, according to American Immigration Council, with many working in agriculture, construction, healthcare, and many other essential fields. Yet people, including legal residents and citizens, are being stopped and detained based on skin color alone. That is not safety. That is racial profiling. ICE is often described as just doing their job, but when children are afraid to check the mail or walk to the store, something is deeply wrong. Fear should not be the price of living in this country. City of McMinnville, I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for safety, dignity, and humanity. Me and other individuals in my community want to feel safe going to buy groceries, safe going to school, and safe returning home that very night. We are tired, but we are not silent. We are scared, but we will keep fighting. I hope you hear my voice today because justice should never depend on the color of our skin. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Todd Butterfield on Zoom. Todd? Todd?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. It's a little awkward when at the very last minute you asked me to join. My computer's a little slow. Sorry about that. May I begin?
Yes, please.
All right. Todd Butterfield, McMinnville, Oregon. It's ridiculous for the city of McMinnville to declare a state of emergency when ICE agents are performing their lawful duties in city limits. What's the world's most popular book say about this? The Bible does not explicitly address modern concepts of illegal immigration or national immigration laws as they exist today, since such legal frameworks didn't exist in biblical times. However, several key principles from Scripture are frequently cited in discussions about the moral and spiritual implications of violating national laws regarding immigration. The overarching biblical teaching is that believers are to submit to governing authorities as those authorities are established by God to maintain order and justice. Romans 13, 1-7 clearly states that all people should be subject to the governing authorities as they are appointed by God to punish those who do wrong and commend those who do right. This principle is reinforced in 1 Peter 2, 13-14, which calls for submission to every human institution, including governmental laws, as part of living a life that honors God. In the context of ancient Israel, foreign residents or aliens were permitted to live among the people, but they were required to abide by the nation's laws and customs. For example, resident aliens were expected to observe the Sabbath, participate in religious festivals, and follow moral and religious laws, such as not eating blood or worshiping idols. Those who broke these laws, regardless of origin, were subject to the same consequences as native-born Israelites, described as being cut off from the community. This indicates that law-breaking by non-citizens was not excused, even if they were seeking refuge or a better life. While the Bible commands compassion toward foreigners, widows, and orphans, reminding believers that they themselves were once strangers in Egypt, this does not negate the requirement to obey civil laws. The biblical mandate to care for the vulnerable does not justify breaking laws, even if the motivation is noble, such as seeking a better life or escaping poverty. The principle is clear. Good intentions do not justify law-breaking. Furthermore, the Bible affirms that nations have the right to protect their borders and enforce their laws as part of God's design for orderly governance. The idea that a nation may have immigration policies, whether restrictive or open, is not contradicted by Scripture. The Bible does not just prescribe a specific immigration policy for any nation, nor does it mandate open borders. Instead, it emphasizes that the authority to make and enforce laws rests with the governing authorities, and obedience to those laws is a matter of faithfulness to God. In summary, while the Bible shows deep concern for the welfare of foreigners and calls for justice and compassion, it also upholds the moral obligation to obey civil laws, including those that regulate immigration. Therefore, from a biblical perspective, violating national laws to enter another country illegally is considered a sin, as it constitutes rebellion against God-ordained authority, unless doing so would require disobedience to a direct command of God. As a presidential candidate in 2019, Joe Biden emphasized that crossing the border illegally is a crime and supported sending individuals back, saying, quote, "If you cross the border illegally, you should be able to be sent back. It's a crime." Barack Obama emphasized that individuals who are in the country illegally and have committed crimes would be subject to deportation. He stated, quote, "If you are a criminal, you'll be deported. If you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught just went up." Senator Chuck Schumer has made similar statements. Our city needs to needs the federal money that you would risk losing by not complying with federal laws. I've met many lovely people over the years who admitted they were here illegally. I liked them. They should have worked hard to become citizens. It doesn't matter how nice they are, they need to follow the law, and so should the city council.
Thank you. Enough. I would like to state that we're listening to all of you, and we expect all of you to listen to the others. I thought we were going to be respectful and teach our children to be respectful, so can we just listen and not have to say negative comments? I'd appreciate it. We're here to listen, and we are absolutely being attentive. I just ask for your respect back.
Next, we have Hal Wagner.
Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council, neighbors, and community leaders. My name is Hal Wagner. I live and work on a vineyard in Yamhill. We are here today because McMinnville is facing a crisis that requires immediate local leadership. This is not about politics, but about public safety, economic stability, and community well-being in the face of federal immigration enforcement actions that are overwhelming our systems and harming our people. Families in our community are afraid to call for help. Emergency lines are overloaded. Farmers, restaurants, small businesses are struggling to keep workers and customers. And people are already following the immigration system still face detention simply because they lack local support and protection. This is a local crisis, and it demands a local state of emergency. We are not alone. Nearby communities have already taken this step. Hillsborough has also declared an emergency, citing impacts on children, families, and local economies, and affirming that public safety depends on trust between residents and local government. Forest Grove followed with its own emergency declaration, directing city resources towards community organizations supporting residents affected by enforcement activity. And Salem responded similarly after reports of families avoiding work, schools, and medical care due to fear of enforcement activity. These actions show that cities and counties across Oregon are recognizing the same harms and choosing to act. Here in McMinnville, public safety is already strained. When residents fear calling 911, emergencies go unreported and everyone is less safe. That is why we need a non-emergency community safety hotline staffed by trained local responders so people can seek help without fear, and 911 can remain available for true emergencies. Our local economy is also at risk. Farmers, restaurants, construction crews, and small businesses depend on a stable workforce. When workers disappear overnight, crops go unharvested, restaurants shorten their hours, and small businesses fall behind. This affects the entire community. The city can respond by creating a workforce and small business stability program to help employers and workers communicate, plan, and remain operational during this crisis. We must also protect residents who are already in the immigration system by funding legal navigation support, setting clear limits on city data sharing, and ensuring city staff do not participate in civil immigration enforcement beyond what the law requires. Most importantly, I am asking this council to declare a local state of emergency related to the impacts of immigration enforcement. This declaration would allow McMinnville to rapidly allocate resources, coordinate with county and nonprofit partners, and clearly affirm that safety, stability, and dignity are priorities for everyone who lives and works here. This is not a defiance of federal law. It is responsible local governance in response to local harm. When families are afraid to leave their homes.
Your time's up. I need to, thank you.
Next we have Joseph Polipka.
What was the first name?
Joseph.
Joseph Polipka. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Joseph. I live here in McMinnville. Mayor Morris and City Council members, we live in a moment in time and space defined by fear. Most acutely, our brown and black neighbors feel this fear fiercely. There is a good argument that depending on how you look when you are born, that such fear and trauma is passed on to you through the body and mind. This is true, but I would wager the fear of aggression and the fear of being othered is taught. I cannot claim that this fear was taught to me because I was born with more privilege than 72% of the United States population, seeing that I was born white and assigned male. You might argue that that gives me no leg up in this life, and I would simply respond by reminding you that I'm not being hunted in my country or my town. Is that not privilege? We talk about our Latino and Latina community members like second-rate citizens, and we do not even see and hear that we are othering them. If justice is to win out, you ought to stop separating humans into further categories when you think of the people that make up this town. The oppressor counts on those with privilege, those with white skin, or money, or positions of influence, to feel enough entitlement to remind those without that they are different. So let me simplify the reality for you. ICE is starting to kill United States citizens. And y'all are still trying to decide if it's an emergency or if liability allows us to do anything about it. Frankly, you all should feel sick. You degrade your neighbors before you ever open your mouths. People are dying, and even more have already died without notice and without headlines. Let us be honest. We water down and poison the well of our great American ideals of freedom and liberty when we cannot stand with those that cry out for freedom and liberty the loudest. Do not tell me your hands are tied and that the federal government cannot be reckoned with, and then also tell me that this is the land of the free. Pick a lane and stay there. Are we licking the boot in McMinnville? Or are we going to do whatever possible to protect the equal rights of our Latino and Latina members in this community, of all members? There is no middle ground. Raise money for the families and businesses aggressed. Declare a state of emergency. Hold ICE to the Constitution and state law, or openly acknowledge that you have sold your soul to the devil, the pedophile in Washington, D.C. Stand with the oppressed or spit on the flag, because the situation is not getting any better. And if we don't choose to stand with what the stars and stripes are supposed to mean, then we stand with what it has come to represent, a country riddled with hypocrisy. In my opinion, there is only one option, and that is to find courage and be creative in your policies, rhetoric, and money. Justice is not easily won. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here right now. I would do it myself, but I can't. It takes a community resolute in their convictions to see that the sun never sets on justice, to see that all its members deserve peace and prosperity. Help us get it done.
we have Courtney Wessels.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Good evening. My name is Courtney Wessels, and I am an educator here in McMinnville. I'm here tonight to read a letter that was written by a McMinnville High School student who's not comfortable speaking publicly tonight. The following words are on her behalf. Dear City Council members and Mayor Morris, last Friday I sat on the edge of my seat while in my AP Government and Politics class, intently listening to the discussion taking place about the current events regarding ICE. A boy in the same group as me raised his hand and asked the question, if the government's job is to serve and protect its people, then why are they attacking them? His voice was shaking, and I noticed tears forming in his eyes. I could feel his frustration intertwining with my own, as well as the uncertainty. This has been the reality of this class since the start of the year. While trying to write this speech, I found myself reaching for a story to tell that will move you, that will fill you with emotions to make you care enough to take action. But of course, there are just too many of these horrifying situations happening every day that I could go on and on and on. And I think that may be just the issue. To those who may not be impacted as much through these ICE raids, hearing and seeing headlines such as, quote, high school student and U.S. citizen detained by ICE, unquote, quote, an ICE officer shoots woman 3 times, unquote, quote, ICE arrests disrupts schools, unquote, quote, ICE seen in McMinnville schools or area, unquote. These headlines don't hold as much power to move someone anymore because of the amount of times we see them day after day. These words that should move people emotionally are beginning to lose their power due to repetition. And it honestly breaks my heart that it's gotten to that point, to where some are accustomed to seeing these situations and not feel in their hearts the turmoil that it instills. But to others who are impacted, that horror builds up more and more, changing their life forever. So I decided today that I will not tell you details of a tragic story, because I'm sure you have all heard plenty, but instead urge you to see how much your help would mean. In the midst of all the unlawful actions taking place and fear it has caused, people tend to underestimate how much impact varying amounts of help can have, even if it doesn't seem like much at all. While we are aware that not allowing the presence of ICE in our city is not possible, the declaration of a state of emergency for extra funding and support means much more than you probably think it does. The majority of people who are going to be impacted by the decision are not here to speak for themselves tonight. Most are out working their long shifts to provide for their families and trying to stay out of sight for their safety. Some are young students trying to not draw too much attention to themselves, but still finding themselves wanting to be heard and wanting to make a difference, even if it has to be from a distance, like in the form of writing an anonymous speech. These people aren't just hard workers and fierce protectors of their families, but they also don't ask for a lot. They ask for the bare minimum, which is just to be seen like other human beings. They ask for the cultivation of a safe environment for their families. These are basic necessities that everyone should have, and unfortunately is now something our country is struggling with. But that change can begin again among cities like here in McMinnville. I urge you to hear the residents of McMinnville and support them through these tough times by declaring a state of emergency. Thank you for your time, a McMinnville High School senior.
Lastly, we have Emily Kerrigan.
Good evening. I'm a resident of McMinnville. I've been here for 25 years, and my heart is in this community, and my heart has always been with our immigrant families. Our community is being terrorized by ICE. Students, as you've heard, and their parents are afraid to go to school. I am a volunteer at the diaper bank with Lutheran Community Services, and Mothers are unable to get their diapers. They're sending other people out of fear. And diapers are extremely expensive. If you have grandchildren or children, you know that. Now, I understand the federal law says something about that federal law supersedes conflicting state and local law when agents are acting lawfully within the scope of their authority. Well, ICE agents are not acting lawfully. They do not identify themselves. They cover their face. They do illegal search and seizure. So in that respect, they are not acting in a lawful way, and I believe our law enforcement needs to take action to enforce the law. So I'm telling you that this is just the quote from the New Testament, and you all know it. It's from Matthew 25. Truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you also did it for me and to me. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was, the time is up for public testimony. So again, if you didn't get to speak and would like to submit your testimony, please do that to the city recorder, or you may have already done it, and we will get those in the admitted packet. So from here, we're going to move on to reports from our counselors and board assignments. And I am going to start, actually, I'm going to start with Katie Henry, Finance Director.
Thank you. Yes. Do I have sound? Yes, I have sound. Okay. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening. In finance, we are in full budget mode. So just as a reminder, at our next work session, we have a joint work session with Budget Committee, where we will be talking about the tax levy for next year, bringing up the beginning of the discussions of budget for fiscal year 27. So encourage you all to be there and ready to discuss that. And then for municipal court, we have started into the software, and today had the unfortunate news that we're on another waiting list now for a project manager. We've done the first step. They said they've never had a team staff do the part that we did as fast as we did, but this next step could take 1 to 2 quarters before we get the next person assigned to us. So
1 to 2 quarters?
Yes. We've requested that they expedite as much as they can, but this meeting was just a few hours ago, and so we are now back in a holding pattern. We've given them data, we've given them everything we could as soon as the contract was signed, but we now know it could be 3 to 6 months before we get started on the next part of the implementation. So,
will the budget part be, is it already part of that we're going to have?
This is court software she's talking about, not
Just
the
court,
UNA software.
okay.
This
is court.
My apologies, that's my fault.
The UNA software is moving forward.
Okay. Sorry about that. I was on budget.
Oh, I apologize. I
sure if the
shifted
court
from
would like to
finance
have
to
their
court. I put my other hat on too quick. The UNA software, we are in full implementation. The only thing we're waiting on are a couple reports that have just been sent back for some tweaking to finalize the reports that actually make up the budget book. So we're just finalizing those reports, but other than that, the software is fully implemented.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Director Henry, excuse me, Director Richards.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. There's a couple of items. We're in the process of 2 large planning projects right now, and we'll be sending out community-wide mailers on both of them, so the community should expect to get these. One will be about our accessibility project, so we call it our ADA transition plan. This is a plan where we want to identify barriers for accessibility to city services programs and facilities that we own, and then identify ways to remove them. So we'll be sending out a mailer to the whole community. We'll be opening a survey for the whole month of February to get from the community where they feel those barriers are. We're also sending out a mailer, which I'm hoping will be hitting people's mailboxes this weekend or early next week. It's for a community design workshop scheduled for Saturday, January 24th, 10 to 12 here in this room. It's to do what we call charretting, so it's planning for about 600 acres in our urban growth boundary area, which we call our southwest area. It's south of Redmond Hill Road and west of Hill Road. This is a project where we're planning for 2,500 new homes over the next 20 years. So it's planning, we often describe it as planning to city of amenities. So if you're interested in planning and want to participate in that process, it's a great way to be impactful about the future of this community. We invite you to that workshop. It's a lot of fun, and I think you'll get a lot out of it. Lastly, I have something to report which isn't as positive, but it's from our building program. We've just finished going through our calendar year permitting levels. We are at the lowest level for permitting for housing that we've been at since 1975. I don't have data that goes past 1975, so I can't report if we're lower than that, but it is concerning. We issued 26 building housing permits in this past calendar year, and we'll be sending that out to council.
City Attorney David Lightberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing from the legal department tonight.
Okay. Interim City Manager Adam Garvin.
Thank you, Mayor. As you guys see in your packets this evening, there's a new staff memo format where you guys will have additional recommendations at the bottom of those, as well as some formatting. There's a new agenda format as well, and then we've also brought some level playing field to any public comment. So all that launched first of the year, so everything came online together. And I would acknowledge that that was a little cumbersome, but I do believe it's the right move long term. You'll also see on the agenda tonight potential to move your meeting night to Wednesday from Tuesday. I'll have some further comments on that when we get to that point, but that's around some efficiencies as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Tukalski.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. YCOM Executive Board did not meet. The Airport Commission did meet on the 6th. Airport items of interest, the FAA has added $500,000 to the runway rehab project, moving its construction to 2028, so that's a good thing. Unfortunately, the taxiway lighting project has been postponed to the year 2030 due to funding issues. There will be restriping that takes place. A perimeter fence project is currently in the design phase and is expected to go to bid by March or April. So that'll allow fencing around the entire airport, as you could previously access that from Galen McBee Airport Park. You could just walk right onto the runway. Upcoming City Council meeting on the 27th, we will have a draft airport master plan in front of us. We talked about the role of the commission itself, the Airport Commission, and why they're important so they understand exactly their role. And the big thing that people were very interested in was the Weyerhaeuser potential acquisition. There are plans right now that are not finalized and could still not be finalized to bring in 2 Black Hawk helicopters, and these are for fire suppression basing out of McMinnville. Each one of those has a crew of about 10. They're 6-figure jobs, so that would be good for the area as well. The intent eventually would be to operate 8 Black Hawk helicopters out of this area. All of them are for fire suppression. And we went and elected the chair and the vice chair of the Airport Planning Commission once again. So that's what I have.
Great. Thank you. Councilor Payne.
Thank you. I just need a minute to take some notes. I'm excited about the Black Hawk helicopters. Audit Committee meets tomorrow to review the RFP scoring and potential audit company to switch to after Marina closes up. DEIC met, generated some questions about the heritage wall that was damaged in the car accident on Star Mill Way. Those questions have been passed off to Heather and Jeff. Thank you both. LIPSIC, the local public safety coordinating council, meets next week. I have been unable to attend the ADA Transition Plan Committee meetings due to scheduling conflicts, and the Landscape Review Committee met and refined their natural resources code to bring to council.
Thank you. Councilor Geary.
Visit McMinnville will be meeting tomorrow, and I will be in attendance. I was unable to make the last MURAC meeting. Perhaps the director could give an update if it comes back around. And then an old committee assignment I've been working on from a city capacity, with the bond fallout, having taken up some meetings with architects and previous partners on the MacPac final report and assessment to work up those potential offerings of pro bono work for design, construction pricing, as well as operating schedules for being able to move forward. And that's my report.
All right. So between our last meeting and now, I've had 6 meetings with just local citizens. Attended 2 events over the holiday break at the Aquatic Center. It was called Waves of Support. It was a program along with Yamhill County Mental Health and Love Like Michaelin to help kids that are home over the holiday with maybe nothing to do, maybe home alone, suffer from depression or anxiety and need somewhere to go. So we offered a program to allow them to come for free and swim. Appreciated the opportunity to do that with the Aquatic Center, and Savannah Quinlan was great to work with. I attended the groundbreaking of the new Paquette Hotel. It will be a 2-story, 17-room hotel, boutique hotel on Alpine Avenue. It has a look that honors the industrial past while introducing a modern style. The project was supported by the City of McMinnville through a streamlined permitting and a $100,000 forgivable loan from the McMinnville Urban Renewal Agency. The investment does reflect in the belief in the long-term value this hotel brings not only to that district but also to the city as a whole. The doors will open in 2027. I attended the retirement of Officer Height. He retired at the end of this year. He was a great officer that helped with a lot of our homeless folks that needed a little hand up and assistance out. He would visit with them every day. So he's a big presence and just some big shoes to fill, but I know that our police department's in good hands. I was in Washington, D.C. Last week for 4 to 5 days and visited with staff at the U.S. Department of Transportation and all of our federal delegation to seek funds for the Newburgh-Dundee bypass. We need $410 million to finish 2B and also 3 that will connect and finalize the bypass. That will allow freight movement from here to the coast, from Portland to the coast, to allow hay and other commodities to be shipped out of Oregon instead of having to go to Washington. Helps with safety. We have 2 of the most dangerous intersections in Yamhill County in the state that would be fixed with this program. Our emergency management, McMinnville is an emergency management location. There's something on the coast, and it'll help with economic growth here in McMinnville. We have McMinnville Landing coming on board, and we need businesses to want to purchase and develop there. And this will allow them to have a better connection to Portland, which is what we need for employees, but also for people to want their businesses here and to get their commodities out into the public. Yesterday, I met with Superintendent Courtney Ferreira, and we talked about a lot of information, some of that I may talk about later tonight, and the programs that her and I can work on together supporting kids. We both have a passion for kids and making sure that there isn't fear and that there is, that they have somebody to talk to and they know what their strengths are. And her and I worked on this for a few months, and that will be coming to fruition soon. Councilor Peralta.
Thank you, Mayor. I did not have committee meetings between the last one and this one. I did want to note for the audience and for the community that Martin Luther King Day is this coming Monday, January 19th, and there will be an event at the Chehalem Cultural Center, which is at 415 East Sheridan in Newburgh, and the programming begins at 6 p.m.
Thank you. Councilor Chenoweth?
Did it backwards. I have actually nothing to report because the only meeting I had this in the last couple of weeks was the beginning of a process, and I'd like that process to complete before I report on it. But it had to do with the EVLC and cleaning up some of our priority assignments and what we're going to be working on for the next year.
Thank you. Councilor Cunningham.
Yes, most of my committee meetings did not occur as well, although I missed one with MC11. But the one thing I would say that I know that was probably discussed was that the McMinnville Short Film Festival will be the 15th annual one. Will be this February 26th through March 1st, and I know that MCM 11 has worked hard with lots of local students to put together a short film that will be shown during that. So, and I have also had many meetings with community members and groups.
And I'm sorry you don't feel good. Claudia Cisneros, City Recorder.
Yes, as Council President Peralta noted, January 19th is MLK Junior Day, so city offices will be closed in observance of that. Just wanted to make sure everyone's aware. And that's all I have.
Scott from Information Systems.
Thanks, Mayor. Over in IS, we were definitely in high budget gear too. We've met with every department in the city over the last week to go over last year, this year, a lot of prep, spins off a lot of secondary cost gathering and other tech research projects. And beyond that, we've been assisting with launching the court software project as quickly as we can, as Director Henry mentioned, and continuing down the implementation project path for the RMS project as we write custom reports and go through training classes and continue integrating with our partners at the county and YCOM, and still looking at a spring launch for that one.
Great. Thank you. Jeff Hunsaker, Public Works.
Yes, like the city manager mentioned, we are working on a holistic facilities CIP plan as part of this budget. A lot going on there, but wanted to also say that didn't forget your request for what work have we done this year, Mayor. We're focusing on the other one first because of our budget calendar, then we'll get to providing a report for the city manager to get you on that. Yep. For the Northeast Gateway Storm and Sewer Project, we have selected a consultant. That was a qualifications-based selection, so now we're negotiating the scope and we expect to be bringing a contract to the council for approval in February. And lastly, on January 9th, so just a few days ago, our wastewater treatment plant had its 30th birthday. So we've been receiving flows at that plant for the last 30 years. The crew out there has done an amazing job, but many of the facilities and equipment out there is vintage. It is original. So we'll be having a wastewater work session to go over our master plan next month, and you'll be hearing more about that and what work we're going to need to do in the future to keep it running smoothly for another 30.
HR Director, Vicki Hedges.
I thought you were going to say you were having a wastewater anniversary party. We were all invited.
We already did.
Got it. A couple updates tonight. We're continuing our work in rolling out performance evaluations for all employees at the city. The Community Development Department rolled out their evaluations this quarter, so continuing to make progress on that. Also, I mentioned at the last meeting that we were working on bringing the paid leave organ program in-house instead of working with our third party. We have successfully done that, and Katie, thanks for these numbers. We were scheduled for an increase to our rates, which would have cost the city an additional $42,000 a year. And with the change, we actually saved $78,000. So overall, $120,000 savings for that program implementation.
Good job. Library Director, are you Jenny Berg?
So I am pleased that the Public Works staff has been coming out to talk about the CIP plans for various facilities. That's been extremely helpful. At the same time, it has tripled the number of meetings because I get to have the meeting with them about the library and the senior center and the aquatic center and the community center. But that's been really given me a lot of good insight about all of the needs at those facilities. It will be interesting to see how that plays out given the capital needs that we have, and the we definitely don't have the funds for all of the projects, and we know that, so we're going to have to do some prioritization among all of the city departments. That has been, along with the managing the budget process, along with finance and IS for those, for the Parks and Rec Department and the library, has been taking up the primary part of the staff time, other than, of course, all of the wonderful programs that the staff at all of those facilities bring to the community.
Chief Wood?
Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned, on the 31st, we said goodbye to Officer Tim Height after 33 years of service to the city of McMinnville and the McMinnville Police Department. The following Monday on the 5th, Officer Hayden Hampton began working for the McMinnville Police Department as a police officer. On the same day, Officer Jeffrey Freeman started his training at Department of Public Safety Standards and Training Academy in Salem.
Great, thank you. Did I miss anybody? Nope. Okay, so now we're going to go on to the next report. Adam Garvin, interim city manager, to report on talking about changing our days and our times.
Yeah, so prior to my arrival, you guys had a brief conversation around moving the meeting date for council meetings, but keeping the work session on Wednesdays. My recollection of that is you guys discussed a Monday or a Wednesday. This came back on my radar since I took this position, and so I looked into that, worked with Katie and Jason in court, worked with Claudia and Scott around setup and capacity for that, and for that a proposed time, if you guys wish, would be to move council meetings from the second and fourth Tuesday to the second and fourth Wednesday. As far as operationally with that, you would never start a work session before 6 p.m. We would also be looking to do away with the U-shaped format and go back to the prior to 2022 format where joint sessions are all up on the dais, so it's a little bit more crowded up there. You're going to have alternating seating where you'd have a planning commissioner or a budget committee member sitting in between each counselor, and some of you would be spilled onto the sides a little bit at these tables. So that would reduce staff time for setup of that U format on a court day by a couple hours, and breakdown of that U format by at least an hour by court staff. So it'll create some operational efficiency for us. If you choose to stay on Tuesday evenings, I would still like some direction on if you guys are open to disbanding the U-shaped format with the burden that it puts on IS staff, Claudia, and court staff. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
So we're looking at changing to Wednesdays first, and then whether we all stay up here together or have a U-shaped. So I'm going to get a consensus. Well, first of all, does anybody have anything to say? Councilor Payne?
I don't mind getting cozy with the budget committee. So I don't, if it's an efficiency, I'd say go for it. If we move to Wednesdays, I will only be on Zoom.
Okay. Councilor Gary?
I would oppose a date change for council meetings. I think maintaining the existing schedule is sufficient, and in light of your comments about the time it takes to break down and set up for the U-shape, I'd be open to having everybody up here. Maybe the one request would be the yearly budget process with the big books and the kind of, it's nice to spread out, so maybe we could take the hit and do the big U with all the tables for that, and then all the other ones we happy to share space, but I'd fear that the budget one takes a little bit more space.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilor Tukolsky?
Yeah, I'm with Councilor Geary. I'm fine removing the U-shape normally, but during the budget season, it would be nice to have that to again spread out. For the days of our meetings, I'm indifferent as long as it's not Friday night. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Cunningham?
Yeah, I too am indifferent. Tuesday, Wednesday does not impact me. And I would definitely say, I'm all about efficiency, so keeping the dais as much as possible is great.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Yes, yes.
Counselor Peralta?
Thank you. I prefer the Tuesday, the current date, but I'm fine with the changes to accommodate the workflow.
I'm fine with moving to Wednesdays. It would leave all the city meetings on the same night for me and just leave water and light on Tuesdays. And I'm fine with having them up here, except for over budget.
Okay, so just to verify I'm tracking this correctly, we have Counselor Geary and Counselor Peralta would prefer Tuesdays. Counselor Payne is open to Wednesdays, providing she can Zoom only. Counselor Cunningham and Counselor Tukolsky are fine either way, and Counselor Chenoweth is good with Wednesdays, and Mayor Morris is good with Wednesdays. So with that, we would need Counselor Tukolsky and Counselor Cunningham to weigh in on.
Wednesday is fine.
Okay. Counselor Cunningham?
I'm okay with Wednesday.
Okay, so with that, Claudia and I had talked about making this change the 1st of February, since we've already lined up some presenters for the January 27th meeting around the city's birth date decision you guys need to land on. So we'll make that pivot in February to move council meetings to Wednesday night, work session starting at 6 p.m. Part of that, having a shorter work session will be letting staff present their topic and then moving into questions, so you guys don't start asking questions that's answered 2 slides later, so they can be more efficient in their work session time.
Does starting Wednesday give you enough time to do everything that you need to do to make the changes in February, or do we need to go to March? I mean, I just want to be realistic for notifications to everybody.
Claudia and I had talked about doing it sooner rather than later, but
that's fine.
If we're going to make a change, I think doing it as close to the 1st of the calendar year as possible, and I didn't think next week or the January meeting on the 27th would be realistic with us having packet deadlines this Thursday.
All right. Okay.
You guys good with that? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to city role and response regarding local ICE activity, and I'd like to call on Adam Garvin, interim city manager, to present.
Thank you, Mayor. This item comes to you before I sent out Sunday evening a list of items that the mayor and council president worked on putting together for you guys to consider. That list was developed off of requests from you as councilors to myself, to the mayor, to council president, as well as requests by the community at our last few meetings ever since November. So with that, I'll turn it over to the mayor to work you guys through that, and I'll be here taking notes. But what we need as staff is consensus of direction on any of those items. If you want us to delve into those items with additional time and staff resources to bring you guys something back to vote on if it's a voting item.
Okay, thank you. So this is how we're going to do it. So Councilor President Peralta and I, again, took some items, worked through it over about a week, a fair amount of time, and came up with some items that we sent out to all the councilors. And so we're not going to have a debate or a discussion on the dais. We're going to each be able to give a statement. Each councilor has received the proposed items ahead of this meeting with time to gather their thoughts and to be able to have an opportunity to make a statement. They will address it, and then we'll move on to the next counselor to do that. and they can address each item one at a time, or they can make a general statement. That's their choice to do. We won't have any back and forth discussion or comments, and during the time the council reads their statement, the interim city manager will be taking notes like he stated. He will then lead the process at the end, seeing if we have consensus. We're not taking any votes at this meeting. It's a consensus as to ones that we want to move forward for additional information. And things that we need to look at from there are clarity of what we're asking, the impact on the citizens and the city, legal standing, and the cost impact to the city as well. So I'm going to have Councilor President Peralta start since he asked to bring this forward.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wanting to get clarification from you in terms of, are you asking me to present the individual topics, or are you asking for a statement?
Your statement.
Okay.
Are the topics, do the citizens know what the items are that we're talking about?
I don't think.
We don't have those posted anywhere in the packet?
Claudia, can we share the screen on those by chance?
So while we're waiting for these topics to be put onto the screen, I just had a couple of general comments. The topics that we're looking at are not about enforcing or interfering with federal immigration law. Rather, they concern how the city is going to navigate public safety, due process, and humanitarian concerns, as well as the management of consequences for the city of McMinnville and its residents when immigration enforcement actions are being taken. I'm really grateful to all of the community members who have come to request action from our city. I see the anger, the hurt, the fear that people are experiencing in our community as a result of federal immigration actions. I'm also especially glad that people who support the current administration's actions are here to listen to the students who have spoken today. I hope that this can be the start of greater understanding that this is not a partisan political issue, but rather community members who are responding based on their own lived experiences. One of my main disagreements with people who say that the current administration and these actions are primarily about illegal immigration is that the administration has removed lawful status from upwards of 1.7 million people in the last year. That's people who had legal status in 2024 and as of 2025 no longer do. 1.7 million people. That's through the removal of temporary protected status from people in 13 countries, including yesterday, anyone who is here from Somalia. When it ended humanitarian programs for most other countries, and when it revoked visas for more than 100,000 people. Additionally, it's pursuing denaturalization for a large number of naturalized U.S. citizens. My concern with the emergency declaration that most of the cities have adopted is that they generally took those steps in lieu of taking meaningful action with respect to the consequences of immigration enforcement. They were public statements of support for the immigrant community, but they fell short in terms of taking meaningful action in most cases. The one exception to that is the financial component that cities were or counties were providing. Our city has been very cash strapped and have been uncomfortable with going forward on an emergency basis with putting resources out there when it might just be one-time resources, and I'm uncomfortable with making a performative statement if I feel like that people are going to have the sense that safety is increased when in fact nothing has changed. So the point of these ideas was to see where we can take steps to meaningfully protect people's constitutional rights, address humanitarian concerns, and then address the impacts for the community. So I support all of these issues for the city. The one caveat is there is an item in there related to banning the use of drones in certain proximities of public schools. While I think that would be a good idea, I've since putting that idea forward, have had a lot more legal analysis provided from both the chief of police and our city attorney, that the effect of that would not be what we were, what I'd hoped. So that's the one item that I would suggest that we not move forward on. Beyond that, I think the remaining six items, I believe, are things that we should consider. None of these are performative actions, meaning that they're sort of rubber meets the road, city business trying to do things that cities do. I would encourage any member of the council, regardless of your position on this issue, to use your voice as a community leader to make sure that people know where you stand and give people the support that they're asking for. We were not able to reach agreement on taking that performative step, so this is what we're focusing on. The first item on this list is that the city try and determine the identity when a person is detained, confirm that an immigration arrest has occurred as opposed to some type of criminal activity or kidnapping, and then notifying family where consistent with Oregon law. The purpose of this is that when people are taken by ICE, there's a limited amount of time to make sure that they have access to an attorney, and getting an attorney is one of the most important things to make sure that their rights are protected in this process. So anything we can do to speed up that process of identifying who's taken and to make sure that there was a federal action and not something else, I think that's something that we should consider. There's challenges with that, but I think it's something we should consider and look to move forward on. The second item is that we the Department of Justice, the Oregon Department of Justice, has 5 model policies that they recommend. The first 4 of them, I believe the city is substantially compliant with already. The 5th one is a model policy for providing notice on city buildings regarding the need for judicial warrants for any enforcement actions that would take place in the buildings. I think our policy already is against non-judicial actions from being taken in city buildings, so I want people to know that that is already the policy, but this would add that notice in addition to that. Another item, something I think we should do and should have done probably already, is updating the city website with clear information for residents on what to do if a detention is witnessed, how to report abandoned vehicles and hazards, and then next, to request data from the federal government on individuals arrested in McMinnville and the stated basis for arrest where legally possible. I've encouraged the city to participate in an economic impact survey related to workforce housing and service disruptions resulting from enforcement activity that is being done by Unidos and by the MAC Chamber of Commerce. And then the mayor had 7th item.
Just to continue, it should be on yours.
Yeah, well, I'm not looking at that one, but
Just continue to have discussions with federal and state delegations requesting rapid and accurate reporting of what is done within our city.
right. So it's not intended to be a comprehensive list, but again, it's intended to focus squarely on things that fit within the purview of our local government and what community members have asked that were specific to legal changes that we can make.
Thank you. Councilor Cunningham, you're next.
Are we allowed to ask questions of staff?
Tell me.
Initially, it'd be nice to get your guys' thoughts and then ask questions of staff, but that's up to you guys. If you want to ask Cord or David a legal question,
so part of where my initial statements came from was from a limited understanding of a declaration of emergency. And so what I was hoping was to get a little bit of clarification from the city attorney as to what a declaration of emergency typically is and how it's executed and what are kind of the parameters of that. That was the question I had.
So these are what's on the table for tonight. Maybe you could ask those questions so that you understand it. Because that's not on this list. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
But I understand getting clarification, and if David can help you with that, or, well, it would be David.
Well, I think it'd be helpful for the community at large, so. Okay, then I guess the other question that I had in regards to, sorry, just lost my, oh, it's that one. I as well support all of these. I did have the same questions about the drones, banning the use of drones within proximity of a public school, so I'm willing to put that one off the table for at this point. And for me, obviously, one of the things that I'm the most concerned about is the identification of the persons detained, and also making sure that this in fact is a lawful immigration enforcement situation as opposed to some other criminal activity. And so I guess that, again, this is where I have a question for the chief, is what, I understand that we cannot participate in the actual immigration enforcement, but what is it that our officers are allowed to do when it comes to gathering the needed information to know that this is exactly what is happening, and then to figure, to understand, or for us to get that true identification of the person that has been taken.
That is a very complicated question with a lot of circumstantial parts and pieces to it, because the circumstances encountered by someone confronted with it it's going to influence their decision-making process. We are not allowed to interfere with federal immigration enforcement operations. So interjecting ourselves into their investigation to ask questions of them, to ask questions of a detainee, could be interpreted as interference, which potentially subjects our staff to arrest, being charged with a federal officer. So our ability to gather information is limited. Again, I can't probably sit here for you in the moment and go through every potential scenario and how we could potentially develop information. I would just couch, or I guess try and simplify it as best I can, saying our ability to gather that information is limited based on the circumstances encountered.
Okay. Are we, so is the basic bar that we are setting it at, is our officers, just explain to me, like, what is it that they look for? Are they looking for people that look like ICE agents, cars with red and blue lights? Like, what rises to a level of we are stopping any interference at that point?
Again, it's a combination of information and observations made by the officer that provides them the confirmation that that is the activity that's occurring.
Okay. I mean, honestly, I I can understand that this is the list that we felt fit with the purview of the local government and the community members asked for. And I wish I was more clear in the head today.
So it's just a consensus to move forward if there's anything
Yeah,
you want
I
to
mean,
take off. And then maybe you'll feel a little bit better when they come back.
I mean, I guess I'm a little bit like to have all of us go through all of this and kind of give a statement. I think it'd be best or more productive, Barbie, but to go with action item 1 and get the consensus, and maybe we can move faster through it and then go to the next action item, because I don't know how we're going to get consensus at this.
Okay, so
Just to clarify, Councilor Cunningham, you're a yes on everything but the drones. Thank you.
Correct.
All right, and then Zach, I have you had some items that you sent to me, so you go next.
Okay. Yeah, so sent this list with the request of consensus from the council to direct our city manager and staff to review and bring back to council. In light of that, I'd be supportive of directing the city manager and staff to do just that, bring all these back. In light of the research that Council President Peralta has done regarding the drones, I'm in support of if that is removed and if it is in conflict with our local ability to provide public safety around those areas, then removing that from the area. I would just add, and maybe this is when we get there, updating the city website with clear information for residents. I would add some of the existing things that was mentioned of an existing hotline. I know there are some that exist already, so using some of those resources to put on there I think would be helpful. And then on number 1, I would add more specificity on our ability to have, as part of tracking that information, records and data regarding all of those acts, to understand the process that went through all of those, and then a report out to see if it was successful or correct, or if it was errant and did not result in somebody who was undocumented or illegal. So there's my feedback, and then I would just, as far as didn't have a prepared statement, but I just wanted to share my appreciation for the youth, specifically for the youth who came out tonight. In my day as a McMinnville High School student, I wouldn't have had the gumption to be able to share my thoughts and feelings at the dinner table, let alone at the council chambers. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
All right. Councilor Tukalski, you want to go next?
Yeah, no problem. Are we going through each one of these separately?
That's your decision. So if you'd like to go through each one, you certainly can.
Well, I mean, it seems like people are just picking the first one right now, or doing all of it? Do all of it? Okay.
You can talk about each one of those, or you can make a general statement like Mr.
No, I'll go ahead and talk about each one of them because I responded to each one of them. So can everyone still see the? Yeah, okay. So my response to the first one, talking about identification of persons detained or confirmation. I said this proposal suggests the city involvement in identifying and confirming the nature of federal detentions, essentially asking the city to distinguish between lawful federal arrest and kidnapping is not our job, is not within our authority. Federal officers operate under federal law. If someone believes a crime is occurring, the response is simple. It already exists. You call 911. Creating city policy to direct MACPD officers to verify, quote unquote, arrests made by federal agents, state troopers, county deputies, or officers from other city or tribal police is reckless behavior, invites liability for the city, undermines lawful law enforcement, and could be considered federal interference. Number 2, talking about consideration of notice requirements at city buildings. This proposal calls for posting notices in the city facilities regarding judicial warrants. The city does not get to impose messaging requirements on federal enforcement activities, period. This creates the false impression that federal officers need municipal approval or compliance signage to do their federal job. We do not do this for other federal or state or county law enforcement actions, and selectively doing so here is legally indefensible. This potentially exposes the city to civil liability, lawsuits, legal challenges, and potential federal funding consequences. Number 3, updating the city website with clear information. Publishing city guidance on what residents should do if they speculate they are witness to an immigration detention is a mistake. The guidance for any arrest, immigration related or otherwise, is exactly the same. Do not interfere. Call 911 if you believe a crime is occurring, even if it is a federal crime. Anything beyond that invites confusion, escalation, and potential obstruction of law enforcement. Neither the city nor local nonprofits should be stoking fear or encouraging residents or city employees to second-guess law enforcement actions and get involved. Again, this potentially exposes the city to civil liability, lawsuits, legal challenges, and federal funding consequences. Number 4, requesting data from the federal government on individuals. Requesting arrest data or justification from federal agencies crosses another clear line. Federal agencies do not answer to city councils for individual enforcement decisions. They are not required to provide this information, and pretending otherwise misleads the public that something is actually happening, and it politicizes law enforcement. Again, we're exposing the city to civil liability, lawsuits, legal challenges, and potential funding from the federal government not coming. Number 5, request data from the federal government on individuals. Excuse me. This was the economic impact part of it. I said the idea of conducting an economic impact survey tied specifically to federal immigration enforcement is an attempt to reframe enforcement of the law as a municipal economic problem. We do not do this for drug enforcement. We do not do this for labor enforcement. We do not do this for criminal warrants or any other law enforcement action. The rule of law does not operate based on whether enforcement outcomes are politically convenient or economically advantageous. Again, more civil liability lawsuits. I'm not going to go through the drone one, but what I will say about the drone part of it is the fact that we responded so quickly we thought we could control FAA airspace just tells you the state of our mind. We think that we have authority over things we don't. 7th, the item up here, the revised proposal to continue to reach out to federal and state delegations to request rapid and accurate reporting, quote unquote, needs to be called what it is, a lot of effort, which will lead to no actionable or legal outcome for the city. Advocacy is of course permissible, but advocacy does not create oversight authority. Federal and state delegations are not accountable to this city council for operational reporting, and presenting this as a city responsibility misleads the public and creates expectations the city cannot legally fulfill. Again, more legal challenges. There's also personal liability risk to Oregon law enforcement officers. I need to be very clear. Under the Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution, lawful federal law enforcement activity cannot be obstructed by state or local officials, to include city councils. When an officer interferes with, delays, or attempts to control lawful federal enforcement action, city policy does not override federal authority. In these circumstances, any kind of officer interfering with the federal government does risk loss of qualified immunity, is exposed to personal civil liability under federal civil rights laws, and potential federal obstruction liability. They can also be disciplined and also have their state certification revoked. I would also like to say that there is a significant cost that's already been borne by all of this. Even if everything were adopted, we have and we are consuming significant staff time and burning staff morale on legal reviews, document drafting, coordination, communications, and preparations for policies that are, at best, unenforceable and at worst, unlawful. Staff time is taxpayer money. Every hour spent chasing symbolic policies outside our jurisdiction is an hour not spent on core city services, third-rate improvement opportunities, or city infrastructure. Oregon law already places strict limits on how public bodies can interact with immigration enforcement. Ignoring these limits does not make them disappear. It again exposes the city to liability. Let's be honest about what's really taking place with this proposal. It repeatedly claims it does not interfere with federal immigration enforcement while doing exactly that through administrative pressure, public messaging, and policy design. Saying it isn't interference does not make that true. Good intentions, which these are, do not expand our authority. Political signaling does not override the law, and this council has a duty to govern responsibly, not symbolically. For these reasons, I cannot support these proposals as drafted. I will support policies that fall squarely within our legal authority, respect the rule of law, and focus this city on the responsibilities it actually has. The last thing I'd like to address is the public's conduct surrounding this issue, the public people in this room. During this period, I personally have been publicly ridiculed by individuals who, despite my phone number and email address being clearly posted on the city website, have made zero effort whatsoever to contact me for a real conversation. Instead, I've been attacked online, and yes, I see your posts because they're sent to me via screenshot. I've been copied on mass emails to the full council, labeled a hate monger, a fascist, a pedophile, a Nazi, and even refused service at local businesses. I ask that you're respectful, sir. Furthermore, I was ridiculed by Progressive Yamhill just last night for reminding them about the city permitting process for a gathering. I also provided a link. Cool. This is not civic engagement, this is not discourse, and it does nothing to advance understanding. If anyone wants a real good faith conversation, my contact information is public and has always been available. Pick up the phone, send an email, engage me like an adult. I am accountable to my constituents and willing to talk, but I will not confuse your harassment with dialogue or entertain your childish and personal insults. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor. Excuse me, no comments?
Again, you didn't ask me why I was there. My phone number is there.
We're not going to go back.
I'm going to recommend that
We're
we
not
not
going to go back and
undertake a
forth.
dialogue.
And audience, you need to be quiet during this process, please. Thank you. Appreciate it. Councilor Payne?
Thank you. Let's talk facts. Facts, not feelings. Facts. One of the central arguments used to justify this level of enforcement was the claim that federal immigration action primarily was targeting violent criminals. Even if we generously assume that 5% of undocumented immigrants nationwide have convictions for violent offenses, projections based on population estimates suggest only a tiny fraction of Oregon's residents. That is less than 2/10 of the entire population that is potentially dangerous and undocumented. If we extrapolate this specifics like the county or the city, the number would be relatively small in absolute terms. ICE has little, maybe no business being in McMinnville. The rhetoric driving enforcement often paints a very different picture from these proportions. What is not speculative is that ICE is legally empowered to enforce immigration in the United States by arresting and detaining non-citizens who are unlawfully present. What ICE does not have the legal authority to do, and I fear this is where the question is often coming, ICE does not have the legal authority to detain or deport U.S. citizens based on immigration status. The law clearly differentiates citizens from non-citizens. Constitutional protections, including the Fourth Amendment's prohibition against unreasonable searches and seizures, and the Fifth Amendment's guarantee of due process, apply to all people in the United States, including non-citizens. These are constitutional rights, and they cannot be suspended based on skin color, immigration status, or fear. Sadly, the reality for many in McMinnville and across Oregon is a climate of fear. Residents are unsure whether an encounter with ICE officials might involve respectful inquiry or abrupt arrest, fueling mistrust and anxiety in our community. It is also a fact, backed by legal Know Your Rights resources, that federal immigration officers must respect constitutional protections. They must have reasonable suspicion or probable cause to stop individuals. They must have a valid judicial warrant signed by a federal judge before entering private property without consent. U.S. citizens cannot legally be detained by ICE on the basis of immigration status alone. Everyday practices and enforcement priorities often leave communities unsure of how or whether these protections are upheld in practice. At this time, these protections are not being upheld in practice in McMinnville. If masked or armed persons, federal agents or otherwise, can approach vehicles, enter homes, or detain individuals without a transparent legal cause, and local law enforcement refuses or cannot engage, not interfere, engage in the protection of humans, a very dangerous precedent is being set. And we must ask, are we truly protecting the safety, liberty, and welfare of all of our neighbors? Tonight, when fear has been used to silence voices or justify withholding space for advocates to speak and assemble, we should remember that fear cripples rights, but courage defends them. Our courts, local resources, and civic life cannot and should not be consumed by enforcement that undermines justice rather than upholding it. At the local level, McMinnville is failing to deliver on the promise of liberty and justice for all. Whether someone is documented, undocumented, a long-term resident, a U.S. citizen, black, brown, indigenous, Asian, or white, our community must be a safe place, and due process and civil rights must be protected. We are all guaranteed these rights in the plain text of our constitutions, rights that do not evaporate because someone fears an immigration encounter. I'm not sure that a state of emergency is needed. I don't know why we need a state of an emergency for local law enforcement to respond to calls for safety. I don't know why we need a state of emergency for our communications dispatch center to be able to equip people to respond. We do not need a state of emergency to post notices or on buildings or online. For the record, I support both of those. ICE has shown their disregard for their own policies, their own procedures, and their own laws. Much of the ICE directive is based on an individual ICE agent's quote-unquote belief that interpretation is the crime. It allows and accommodates a lack of safety. A few $100,000 is a lot of money, but it's a small price to pay to show the citizens of McMinnville that we care about safety. And if our leadership is concerned about interacting with ICE officials, I will be there. Call me. I will show up. I don't intend to stop an arrest, but as an advocate, I am willing to compromise my own safety for the safety of others. I see you, I hear you, and I stand with you in affirming that due process and equal protection under the law must apply to every person.
Councilor Chenoweth?
Did I answer your questions?
Oh, I thought you were done. I apologize.
You identified two of them, but I mean, if I took the narrative of your statement, it would be that you support all of them?
Yeah, but I still don't know why a state of emergency is necessary. Like,
state of emergency is not on the list.
Not on the table.
Okay. Perfect.
So you said yes to except the drone. Did you get that?
Thank you.
Councilor Chenoweth.
I'm going to start by first addressing the national political issue, and then I'm going to speak to the specific recommendation that has been brought to us today. You know, when I came on council 5 years ago, I was chastised multiple times about not bringing politics into this body. And I agreed with that at the time, and I agree with that today. I've been disappointed at the number of times national political issues have made their way into this building during that 5 years. I ran for city council not to make a difference in county, state, or federal politics. I ran for city council because I believed the city had become one that was unfriendly to business and focused on issues and projects that benefit a few while leaving the majority to pay for them. We had moved from being focused on service to our citizens to being focused on meeting the demands of the bureaucracy, both from the state and that which we were creating here locally. Shortly after I became councilor, I was faced with the question of whether we should issue a statement about January 6, 2021. I opposed wading into the national political battles then, and I still believe we should avoid doing so today. Let me say, I am mindful, and I was touched by all that was said today by our young generation. I am grateful that you took the time to come forward to us and share your feelings that you genuinely have. That took bravery, that took gumption, and that took a willingness to take a position that most I knew when I was growing up didn't have the capability to do. Thank you for doing it. I'm mindful of the fear that's been created partly by ICE and partly by the reaction to ICE by many activist organizations across this country. It troubles me that we live in a time where politics has become fear-mongering by some. To the immigrant community, from my perspective, if you have not broken any laws in our country, you have nothing to fear. And you can laugh, but you should have nothing to fear. I did listen. I'm not going to do a back and forth with you. I heard you, okay? I'm telling you, you have nothing to fear. Nothing. Please don't let a well-coordinated campaign to encourage your fear tell you otherwise. I have been told that there have been 40-ish people detained in Yamhill County during 2025. I've gotten that from multiple different sources. I do not know how many of those 40-ish people were in FCI Sheridan or at the Yamhill County Jail, but I have been told it was 40-ish from multiple different sources. What I do know, though, is one of them is a personal friend of mine. I've been up close and personal to this issue during the course of this year. I saw how it impacted his immediate and his extended family. Make no mistake, I understand those impacts are real. I've avoided commenting on this, not because I have no opinion. As anyone who's spent 5 minutes with me knows, I have plenty of opinions. But because I believe in a code of conduct for public officials. That code of conduct contains some key points, 3 of which are prescient here. Stay in your lane, uphold the law, and work to bring the temperature down in politics. I think it's irresponsible for people to push narratives that cause fear, division, or are pushed before facts are known. The worst politicians I know use their social networking pages to stir the proverbial pot for whatever political advantage they think they can gain in the process. This is base-level politics. They stoke fear. They paint the quote-unquote other side as evil, and the result is to dehumanize the quote-unquote other side, resulting in their followers believing it is acceptable to hate, to vilify at a personal level, to dox, even to commit acts of political violence. All of this makes it virtually impossible to come to the solutions that you, our residents, demand us to come to. Why do they do this? It's always aimed at the next election cycle and how it's going to help their side. It's called partisan politics. And it's on display across this country in many municipalities whose local politicians have chosen to push the partisan political theater into city councils. If we want a civil society, we have to do better than this. On immigration, a common refrain we hear is that we are a nation of immigrants. I 100% concur. My great-grandparents both came here from Germany. However, that should tell every one of us that immigration touches us all. We all value what immigration has meant and brought to this country, as we virtually all have immigrant relatives within a few generations. To think any of us do not see the value and need for a thoughtful immigration policy fails to consider that fact. Another common refrain is we are a nation of laws. Presidents Reagan, Clinton, H.W. Bush, George Bush, Obama, Biden, and Trump all extolled the importance of maintaining those laws to include immigration laws. When we fail to do so, society crumbles. I value those two concepts. In shoe leather, those values translate into a need for legal immigrants to come to our country. We need them. But it also means we need to address illegal immigration in a meaningful and yet compassionate way. Presidents from both parties for the last 30-plus years have voiced this exact same position. There must be consequences when we break the law. That's true from speeding to illegal entry after removal, and all the way up to murder. We must have consequences when the law is broken. From Ambrose Bierce, a nation that will not enforce its laws has no claim to the respect and allegiance of its people. From Cal Thomas, if a state or nation has laws it will not enforce for political reasons, it mocks both the law and politics, to say nothing of cultural order. I believe context is important. The push to address the illegal immigration is a direct result of an estimated 12 million illegals flooding the border during the Biden administration. You can't look at the actions today in a bubble. Is there a better way? Perhaps. However, that discussion was decided in the 2024 election. I think it important to recognize this great country for the last 30 years has allowed on average approximately 800,000 legal immigrants each and every year. I do not believe that's some random number. When more immigrants come into this country than our infrastructure can support, we all suffer, including them. Some of the first symptoms are hospitals become overflooded, schools become overloaded, housing shortages occur, and the cost of housing escalates. Are we experiencing those issues today? Yeah, we are. And who pays the price? Each and every one of us. Citizens, legal aliens, and illegals will all feel those consequences. If a country has more immigration than it can absorb, it will collapse and no longer be the benefit that we need to be for those who are looking for a better place to go. Lastly, I'm very disappointed in an organization that claims to be a bridging organization. A synonym for bridging is mediation. Through the years, I have personally worked with many mediators. I know what effective mediation looks like. It brings together two groups to find common ground. Mediators don't hire activists. A mediator or bridge builder should not bring division, fear, nor encouraging the breaking of federal law. It concerns me that we have an organization that claims to want to build bridges.
It's not your place to speak right now. Thank you. Thank you.
It concerns me that we have an organization that claims to want to build bridges, demands me communicate with them, yet never has sent me an email, never and has engaged in all the behaviors I just listed, and has encouraged activity that has led impressionable minds in our own community to potential federal consequences. That is not bridging. From this counselor's perspective, you're doing more damage to the group that you claim to represent than you are helping them. Moving back to the business of the city, I've looked through the 7 items. And under the governing of a local institution, these are the qualifications that I looked at this. First, let me say that immigration is not within the city purview. We have essentially 2 guidelines. In state statute, we're told assisting ICE is a crime. And in federal statute, we're told that hindering ICE is a crime. Second, I have no interest in the city or my city manager being the tip of the spear in a political war. It matters to me whether it is the right. It doesn't matter to me whether it is the right or the left that's pushing the war, nor which quote-unquote side is in power in D.C. It's not our place nor role to wage political war against any administration. We should let the activists and the politicians have their fun and not become pawns in their game. Third, we have a $26 million ask to the federal government that all our residents desperately need to see happen. For those who don't know, we're getting ready to apply for a grant to replace the infrastructure in the downtown core, as well as all peripheral work that needs to be done as a result. The administration currently in power has made it clear that 2 things will disqualify any grant: anti-ICE action and DEI action. I'm just telling you what the administration has said. I refuse to do anything that will put that ask in jeopardy. Currently, disabled members of our community find it increasingly difficult to shop, eat, or even stroll downtown the streets during a warm summer day. Fourth, we just went through a tremendously difficult budget cycle, and I'm not willing to add greater workload to my city at a time when we're trying to bring the city load in line with budget realities. So, having said all that, which now I probably will not say anything else regarding immigration for some time because I didn't want to do this in the first place. 1 through 6, we already said 6 you're willing to take off. 1 through 5 I would oppose for all the same reasons that Councilor Tukalski has stated, but I would also add to that I am not willing to risk the much needed infrastructure in the downtown core for what I see as performative asks. So has nothing to do with business owners, it has to do with the residents that need to be able to utilize the 3rd Street core.
Enough.
Item number 7, I could accept and would support. Thank you.
So I'm the last to speak. I just want to say, for the last three meetings, I sat here and listened to all of you and what you said. A lot of the things were very pointed and very personal and not factual. But I took it, I listened to it, and I didn't speak up because I'm not going to speak back and I'm not going to be disrespectful. There was points as to whether I responded about ICE. I did not respond right away because I wanted to wait for accurate information. I think more than anything, accurate information is very important in this, in anything that has to do with law enforcement and especially immigration. Accurate information is something that we need to strive for on both sides. So I'm going to go down this list, and we did not take this lightly, and Councilor Peralta and I don't agree on everything all the time, but I think, like everybody on this council, we're here for the right reasons. As you all know, we don't get paid to be here. We don't get paid to be talked to poorly or to have to sit up here and take this. We do this because we're serving the community and trying to do the best we can for the majority of the community. It's hard sometimes, and it's hard on us, it's hard on the community. I understand that. So we're here, we worked on this, and we have put many, many hours into this. So I'm going to go down and take my turn, and I would appreciate it if I could just have the opportunity to do that. The first item on the list I just want to talk about is our police. Something that's been said over and over, and I just really want to make sure that it's clear. As we know, we have the Promissory Act, which is a state sanctuary promise act. The state Promissory Act does give specific guidelines on what our law enforcement can and cannot do. And we need to be cautious of that. I don't think any of us want to put another individual, especially somebody that has taken the oath to serve, to put them in a place where they're going to be arrested or dealt with because they've done something. Chief Wood has also made it, I thought, clear, but maybe not clear enough. So I'd like to make it clear here. And we have spoken with Miriam and talked about it specifically at an UNIDOS meeting. But I want to make it clear to all of you in the room and all of you on Zoom and in the community. If 911 is called, and it is not overloaded, I just want to make that clear. When it is called, and there is something that said that somebody needs help, whether it's any type of emergency, but let's say specifically there's somebody with a mask outside and has a gun. He has made it very clear that his officers will respond. That's what they do. They serve this community. So does our state police, and so does our county deputies. However, if they get there and they know that it's an ICE operations, they have to leave. They cannot intervene. So it's not because they don't want to, it's because they can't. And you need to understand that, and to think that these people go through and they serve, and they're going to be the first ones that you call if you need an emergency. And they will come. But you have to understand what their limitations are. And I agree that maybe that isn't the best option. And I have said, if anybody wants to work on the changing and tweaking the Sanctuary Act and having a voice where this isn't happening on our streets anymore, it used to happen when somebody was arrested and then they checked it for immigration because it was allowed at that time. And then people were picked up by ICE at the jail, not on our streets, not in the place that is causing this. This isn't where it should be happening. It shouldn't be happening on the streets. Windows are being broken out, and that's because somebody's not opening the door and following the directions of the law enforcement agency. So, again, it's my opportunity to talk. I have spent many, many times up here. No, your truth is your truth. I'm telling you what I believe. Enough? No. We can just stop this entire meeting if you'd prefer.
I mean, it's better than getting nothing done.
Okay.
What's happening?
Well, then we're going to take a break, and you're all welcome to leave. Bullshit. If you're welcome to leave, if you don't want to hear.
Why are you sitting up there lying? Control yourself.
We're going to take a break, and I would like to clear the room.
You're not a leader, and you're not pretending.
Mayor, can you indicate the length of the break? What time we'll be coming back, please? Can you indicate the length of the break? What time we'll be coming back?
Yep, we'll be back at 9:15.
Recording in progress.
Okay, it's 9:15 and we're back in session. I just want to make it clear, I have tears in my eyes, but it is not about what the situation happened here. It's because of the sweet girl talking to me about my granddaughter. So, thank you. So I'm going to finish. I really would appreciate the respect for letting me finish, and then we will move on to the next section of this. So now, item number 1, identification of persons detained. I agree with that as long as we can legally do that and it fits within the purview of our police department and doesn't put them in harm's way in any way. Consideration of notice of requirements in city buildings. That is what we talked. Our interim city manager will explain what we have decided to do in regards to that. Updating the city website, we'll have, again, an idea that we have for doing that. Abandoned vehicles, that's on the website already. Request data from federal government, and then whether the city should participate in the economic impact survey. That one I have a little bit of a question about. I'm concerned about doing a survey that is just specific to one item, like immigration. I would prefer that a survey that goes out covers multiple things for businesses. And I'm not sure that it's the place for the city to do that. I agree that Unidos wants to do that. I think that would be a place if they want to do specifically on immigration, that they can do that. But I think that the city, if the city involved in any surveys, it needs to be a survey that is broader than that and covers businesses as well, because not just Latino businesses are having an issue right now, all of our businesses are. As Councilor Cunningham stated in his statement, I think it was the last council meeting, and listed all the businesses that closed. There's a lot of them. So it isn't just specific to that, to Latinos, and to understand that immigration isn't just about Latino either. Unfortunately, that is the majority that are feeling it right now, but we have Iranian, Chinese nationals, we have a lot of different people. So I think that doing one specific isn't necessarily something I support. I also, when we talk about businesses, you know, there are a lot that is happening, and it's in 2025, Oregon dropped 11 places to 39th in the CNBC annual America's Top States for Doing Business. So it's really hurting. Oregon is hurting for our businesses. So again, survey, if the Chamber of Commerce wants to do a survey, I think that's great. If Unidos wants to, but again, not sure that, I don't believe that it's the city's place to do that survey. And I again agree with the drones that we should not be having those, that on the list. It's not our place to control the airspace. And I think we want to be able to have that ability if we have an active shooter or something at our schools. We need the ability to be able to see what's going on. I don't think we should threaten that. And I will continue, whether it's part of this list or not, I will continue with federal and state delegations to make sure that we can get accurate reporting. The biggest concern I have personally is the accurate reporting and things that go on in the community on, again, all different sides. Fear is very concerning. And I do care about our youth immensely. I volunteer in the schools. We do programs for youth. I've seen the depression, I've seen the fear, and I've seen the concern. That bothers me. And the more we have the turmoil and the divide in our community, the more it's causing fear in adults. But our kids hear what we talk about. The kids see what we talk about. And they already have gone through the fear of COVID and all of that, like we've talked about. And I want to really just ask everybody in this community, before you state something, make sure you know that it's the truth, that it's the full truth. And just be cautious of what you say and who you say it in front of. And protect our kids. Absolutely protect our kids. I appreciate those of you high school kids that came and talked today. I do appreciate that. I think it's a great learning experience for you. And you did a great job. So thank you very much. I want to just see if I have anything else here. I strongly support our law enforcement. I understand that federal agents are doing what their job is. We don't all agree on how it's happening. I understand that. I have to know that what we're doing is based on what we're allowed to do. We're here for the city and doing what we can do under the city purview. So that is my statement. I appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to finish it. And I'm going to turn it over to our interim city manager, who I want to call an administrator tonight, to let you finish this up, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councilors, for providing your input on those items. Just gonna kind of give a brief rundown of what the mayor, council president, our city attorney, David Leitenberg, and our police chief, Cordwood, and I discussed earlier today in council leadership around some possible solutions to some of these items and some of them that are already memorialized in the organization. So continuing federal, state, and delegations, you guys seemed outreach, you guys seemed unified in that. So that will continue. The drones will remove from the list. Whether the city should participate in the economic impact survey with UNIDOS. Council president and I participated in that exploration focus group around the beginning of December. We're still waiting to see the draft questions of that. And when we get those draft questions back, then we could put that in front of you guys to see if it's something that you wanted to participate in or not. But signing on to that right now without the questions in front of you, you don't really know what you're signing on to. So whenever we get those, we'll put those into the next council meeting, providing it meets notice requirements. Request data from federal government on individuals arrested in McMinnville and the stated basis for arrests where legally permissible. We'll bring you back some data from staff around that one. That's going to be a future meeting. We'll bring that back to you at how to report abandoned vehicles or hazards, and what to do if a detention is witnessed in regards to the city website. We talked this morning around adding the DOJ portal link to the city website after the December 17th work session. Police Chief Cordwood and I engaged with the Attorney General's office the following morning, and they were very clear that it is their spot to investigate ICE behavior, and they are happy to do so. And it is not the purview of a local or county jurisdiction to do that. And so they pointed us to that portal, and that's why it came out in that joint statement. And so we can add that to the website if that is a consensus with the body that was in support of that. I believe there was 4 to 5 without pulling that spreadsheet back up. Does that work for you guys? Yeah. And then around the abandoned vehicle and hazard vehicles. So abandoned vehicle, there's already an abandoned vehicle code that abandoned vehicles need to abide by. As far as hazard vehicles, cars left in the middle of a road after a detainment or something like that, we can bring something back on that, and also look for the ability to have that on our website. There's thoughts that it's already on our website, and I need to verify that and bring that back to you. Consider consideration of notice requirements at city buildings regarding the need for judicial warrants for enforcement actions. This is already fundamentally how this organization operates. There was a briefing to staff in February before my arrival, and then that was reaffirmed after the detainment at the end of November with Park and Rec staff and the Park and Rec director and myself. Reaffirm that with staff that had questions if that was still the way that we were operating. If you guys would like to see that direction, I can get that written up for you and pass that through the council. But you know, in addition to what we're already doing, it's fundamentally already happening.
I don't think we need to say
Is there any questions around that, Councilor Peralta? Council
Yeah,
President
thanks.
Peralta?
Thanks, City Manager Garvin. The suggestion was to include that notice, not just noticing staff. So, including the notice in the buildings, not just talking to staff about it.
Okay. So bring that, bring a document back to you guys at a future meeting, and then you can decide how you want that posted in a meeting, or posted in our buildings if you want to post it. And then around item 1, that's the bigger one that I think we need to clearly delineate what is the limitations of our city liability-wise, and what is the limitations of our sworn officers in regards to interacting with other law enforcement agencies, whether that's county sheriffs, state police, FBI, ICE, HSI, Border Patrol, any of those agencies. If you're going to develop a policy around engaging other law enforcement agencies when there's no statutory authority to do so, it needs to be a policy that can stand the test of time. So that's going to be the heaviest lift of your list, but I did hear you guys want something brought back to you. Any questions on those? Or further direction?
I just want to, again, you can work with the police to our law officers and just make sure it's okay. I really just want to make sure that we're fine and we're not putting them in harm's way either. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? Are you good?
We're good.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. So on the consent agenda, does any council request to have any item removed from the consent agenda and hear it as a regular place on the agenda? Nope. Okay. Do we have a motion to accept the consent agenda? It's a resolution number 2026-01, a resolution authorizing the city manager to waive the past due balances.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Oh, he's second. All right. Yeah.
You can third.
Sorry, I didn't even get to finish it.
Oh.
Okay, no, all right, that's fine. If we have everybody on. Go ahead, Claudia.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Counselor Payne?
Aye.
Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
The consent agenda has passed unanimously by a vote of 6-0.
All right, thank you. Now we're going to consider the first reading and the possible second reading of ordinance number 5168. Does any counselor need to declare an actual or potential conflict of interest or recuse themselves regarding this ordinance? Okay, we'll now consider the matter of the ordinance number 5168. Does any counselor object to having the ordinance read by title only?
No.
Okay, I'd like to call on City Attorney David Leitenberg to please read the ordinance by title only.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the first reading of ordinance number 5168, an ordinance approving the McMinnville Landing Plan Development Overlay, docket G 1-25.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any discussions? Heather, are you going to present to us?
A modified presentation, but yes, we legally do have to enter some stuff into the record for you. So I do want to note for the record that the presentation I sent to City Council should be the one that goes into the official record. This is a reduced version of that given the timing of the night. And if you have questions about any slides I don't present, just please let me know. So this is ordinance number 5168. This is approving a planned development overlay for about 190 acres on 3 separate tax lots here in McMinnville. We call it the McMinnville Landing Plan Development Overlay. The overlay itself consists of several items. It consists of a master plan report, a transportation analysis, a public facilities analysis, the public infrastructure cost estimate, and the capital improvement project list associated with that, an implementation plan for future development, site design, and development standards. So those are all in that plan development overlay. A plan development overlay acts like a zone on properties in McMinnville. It is a recommendation of the Planning Commission coming to you. They had a unanimous vote for this at their December 18th, 2025 meeting. It builds on several of your previous City Council priorities. It was originally identified in the MacTown 2032 Economic Development Strategic Plan in 2019. It was then identified site-specific in the 3 Mile Lane Area Plan in 2022. It then became a City Council 2025-2026 priority at your City Council goal setting session here in August. It was funded by a city ARPA grant, which was dedicated to it in 2021, and then 2 Business Oregon grants. The review criteria that you use to review whether the plan development overlay is compliant with the city's comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance is Chapter 17.51 of our McMinnville Municipal Code, specifically 17.51.010B. So our code has in it a plan development overlay that allows you to bring a plan development overlay in 2 functions to the city. One is doing sort of this concept zone, which is what we're doing tonight. So it sets the standards for what future development will be in that area. The other one is actually to bring in a site plan and development and what you want to see embedded on that property specifically with the site plan. This is not doing the second, it was doing the former, and that's what you see under 51.010B. The overlay consists of a master plan, and so that is compliant with our McMinnville Municipal Code 17.10.070, and it follows all of the policies that were adopted in the 3 Mile Lane Area Plan. That plan was adopted as a supplemental document to our comprehensive plan. So just to share with you very quickly, I don't know why that got, oops, excuse me. I was trying to make it smaller and I must have done something. Anyways, in terms of the process, what you need to know is how does this comply with the code. So section 17.51.010 says that a plan development in McMinnville, the purpose of this particular tool is to provide greater flexibility and greater freedom of design in the development of land that may be possible under strict interpretation of the provisions of the zoning ordinance. So this particular land, these 3 lots are all zoned industrial, and the intention of this McMinnville Landing Plan Development Overlay is to do a mixture of different industrial uses as well as commercial uses to create a campus. The other intention of the plan development overlay is that the purpose of it is to encourage a variety in the development pattern of the community, encourage mixed uses in a planned area, encourage developers to use a creative approach and apply new technology in land development. This plan development overlay does all of those. It also looks at preserving significant man-made and natural features. We have policies for that, facilitate a desirable aesthetic and efficient use of open space, and create public and private common open spaces, which are all achieved in this plan development overlay as well. In terms of the process, the city initiated and adopted the 3 Mile Lane area plan. That was the first step. The second step is this overlay, which was prepared by the city in conjunction with the property owners. And then this next step would be initiated by the property owners themselves. That's bringing in that sort of site plan and buildings, and we call that the plan development. And then the last step would be 3 Mile Lane design review. We have other overlays in which we need to review this. To let you know, the way it's, the decision-making body for this is you're the decision-making body for the plan development overlay. So this sets the standards for what will be developed there. And that's the master plan and the design and development standards. The Planning Commission is then the decision-making body for that plan development. So when somebody wants to build something there, they need to go to the Planning Commission. That will be with a public hearing. Anything that is a commercial development will need to be a minimum of 5 acres. Anything that's an industrial development will need to be a minimum of 10 acres to go in for this plan development review and approval. The fact that the Planning Commission is a decision-making body was already decided as a policy in the 3 Mile Lane area plan, so this is bringing that policy forward. And then the last piece of it is the 3 Mile Lane design review. That is done administratively with building permits when they come in. The document itself is set up in such a way that it serves as a findings document. We've provided you findings as well, but the document also provides findings as to how it meets our code and our vision in McMinnville for plan developments and master plans. We've had some, I'll go through the public testimony a little bit, but we had a lot of questions about, do you have transportation analysis, do you have public infrastructure analysis? That's all in the document. So the appendices have the data and the assessment, and then the conclusions are actually in the master plan report themselves. And that is a requirement of master plans for the city of McMinnville. As I said, this is a mixed-use development, so it's intended to do 3 things. Employment, we're looking for high job density here. We're looking for upwardly mobile jobs as well. It does have a commercial aspect to it, and then it has a community aspect to it too. What's unique about this is we're recommending keeping the underlying zoning as industrial, and this will be an industrial plan development. However, in McMinnville, under 17.51.020 of the McMinnville Municipal Code, there is this allowance for plan developments to allow accessory uses shall not occupy more than 25% of the lot area of the principal use. So what that means is you can actually bring in accessory uses that are not an allowed use in that underlying zone as part of a planned development, as long as it's not occupying more than 25% of the overall site. So for this purpose, the commercial center that you see there is 23% of the site. After going through the process of master planning and looking at the site and how it serves the community, when the numbers came up the way that they did, we then looked at the code and realized that we didn't need to rezone the property, but we were coming in with a plan development overlay instead. In terms of public testimony, in advance of the Planning Commission public hearing, we got letters from McMinnville Economic Development Partnership, from the UCFW Local 555, which is a union representing, I believe, grocery stores and retailers. We got a letter from Protect Our Valley Alliance and a letter from 1,000 Friends and Friends of Yamhill County. To summarize those letters, MEDP letter was a letter of support. The other letters were some supportive, some asking questions of did we do enough due diligence in terms of the transportation analysis and concerns with that. And that's why I wanted to show you where all that information is located. My larger PowerPoint talks through all those, but you've been through that before. So. At the public hearing itself, Stuart Kircher, who testified on behalf of the property owners and then also entered a letter of support into the record, so you got that as part of your public record. It was important to us that the property owners be a really integral part of this. If you remember, there was a time when we were working with the property owners and they had come in for a rezone application, and the collaboration between them had collapsed in discussions. And so we wanted this effort to be one where we could work together as a team and really talk about how this property can be leveraged to support the community, and all property owners sat at the table with that as their intention, and then how we could move this forward in such a way that all the property owners felt that they could support it. And in the end, we had a last meeting with the property owners and asked them, are you willing to go on the record saying you support how this project has turned out? And they were all right away said yes, they were willing to do that. So it was a great process to work with them. And I believe Stuart is here tonight as well. And then Mark Davis also testified at the Planning Commission public hearing in person as well. I think if you have minutes from the Planning Commission meeting itself that summarizes what his comments were, and we provide that for each thing that we bring to you so that you can see what the public testimony was. I guess I would say for Mark that he was not supported and a measured support in terms of he wants it to be successful, but he has concerns for the commercial development. In terms of the transportation analysis, there were some questions about that, so I just wanted to direct you to where that is. It's actually in the report, and then there's appendix with the data for it. But just like the 3 Mile Lane area planning process, we went through a review of full build out of the city and this area, and then the build out of this particular project. What would it do to Highway 18 in terms of functionality, and then also our frontage roads? We have a system in which we analyze that to see if it creates failure, and you can see at none of the intersections does it create failure. There is also a transportation memorandum that's part of the appendix, and it has analysis and data in it. And in that memorandum, it talks about what would need to be the improvements at the intersection of Cumulus and 3 Mile Lane. You had some public testimony about concerns relative to that. We wanted to show that that's actually been reviewed, it's been designed, and ODOT has been part of that process and is comfortable with it. And lastly, there was questions about, well, how do you make sure when something is developed that there isn't significant transportation impact from that? We will do another analysis when we go through the plan development process. So there's 3 different levels of transportation analysis occurring with this project. One with the 3 Mile Lane area plan, now one with this 190 acres and the master plan associated with it. And then when the plan developments come in their increments, whatever they are, we will require a traffic impact analysis based on those developments specifically. We don't know what they are at this point in time, so we want to wait until that happens so we can understand it better. There was discussion about, do you understand the utility costs? Yes, that was a big piece of this project. We did want to understand that, and so there is an infrastructure cost estimate in the plan, as well as a large-scale CIP, I guess I would call it that, in terms of the bigger projects that need to be built to support the development on site. And then in terms of the design and development standards, this was a big piece for the community. You will see that the design standards themselves, in terms of section 12, is divided up into several different subsections that are relative to what the buildings will look like. That's what we heard from the community in terms of a lot of concerns. We do want to insert these design and development standards as an overlay into our overall code at some point in time. We have a couple of these overlays hanging out there as individual ordinances. Northeast Gateway District is one. This will be one. We'll probably eventually come back to you with bringing this into our chapter, but that's not the case tonight. We're recommending that move forward much like the Northeast Gateway District overlay, which is a separate ordinance. For the design development standards, there's one thing I wanted to point out to you, which is that it's divided into both a retail center and industrial district, so standards apply to both, and there's also individual standards for each. And then, and we talk a lot about what the building presence on the street will be like, because we're looking for a pedestrian scale here on some large buildings, right? And so we did identify that we would like the buildings to be near the street using maximum setbacks and not minimum setbacks. This is important because what we're trying to do is bring everything closer to the street to create that sort of human scale experience, but we also wanted the flexibility to have a setback for those items that we need a setback for. You did get comments from McMinnville Water and Light, who expressed their concerns about being able to put their utilities in front of the buildings if they needed to do so when it came in for a site plan review. And so I wanted to point out to you two things. One, there was an inference that we weren't meeting our comprehensive plan policies, and we did have legal counsel review that, and they concluded that we were. And then secondly, we had heard that concern from Mac Water and Light early on, and so we wrote the code in such a way to allow that flexibility. So you'll see that the minimum setback is none. So you can be property tight if you can make that work. But the maximum street setback is 10 feet in the commercial area and 20 feet in the industrial area. And that allows the opportunity for this utility easement if needed for that commercial area particularly, and also the industrial area. And the hope is that it's a large site that we can design it in such a way we have a modulation of the setbacks. And then in terms of what's setback from the street that needs to put some infrastructure there, that you can also create these sort of open space seating areas associated with that. That's reinforced again in section 12, where it has a discussion about that public utility easement and if it's necessary to utilize that sort of maximum setback language to be able to allow that to occur. And then lastly, I wanted to share with you that based on your direction at the Joint City Council Planning Commission work session, that this is the only commercial area in McMinnville that will limit commercial size in terms of tenants. We don't have that anywhere else. And what it does is it says only 2 tenants can be over 135,000 square feet, and they cannot be larger than 150,000 square feet. And those larger tenants are meant to be anchor stores. The Planning Commission had 2 amendments to the code since you last saw it in work session that I wanted to point out to you. So one is in section 10 on parks and open space. They wanted to make sure that McMinnville Landing Commons, which is the public park that's in the commercial area, privately owned but open to the public, that needed to be constructed prior to 50% occupancy of the retail acreage. They wanted to ensure that that wasn't the last thing built and that it was there for the development. And then under landscaping in section 13, they wanted to make sure that all trees would be installed at least a 2-inch caliper diameter at breast height. So they wanted to make sure, since landscaping is important to create that human scale component, that there was a start to the trees. And this is the same size that we require in our residential areas for street trees as well. So your options before you tonight, this is per our code, how we bring this to you. You can adopt the ordinance submitted based on the recommendation by the Planning Commission, and that's what you have before you tonight. It adopts all these elements as part of the overlay, and it adopts the findings document. You can adopt the ordinance in an amended form, so you can decide to make amendments to it if you want to. You can refuse to adopt the ordinance altogether through a vote to deny, or you could call for a public hearing on the proposal, and we would need to notice that public hearing for the near future, so it would be between 21 and 30 days from now. Typically, we would recommend a public hearing if we felt there was contentious discussion at the Planning Commission, but I wouldn't describe this public hearing that happened at the Planning Commission or the comments that we received as contentious. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or any specific questions for information that we didn't provide to you tonight in the presentation.
I have a question. So my concern is, as I brought up last time and you brought up tonight, water and light, and the concern in regards to having the ability to get everything that they need underground and having their, was it public utility?
Easement.
Yeah. So I read this yesterday, so this morning, and I meant to reach out to you today, but it was a little busy. Is the concern that when I talked to John Dietz, General Manager, Water and Light, that he was still concerned, and I see the 10 and 20, so I want you to tell me, I talked to him today, and he was needing 15 feet is what he felt he needed to make sure that he could get everything under, not under buildings, but underground that wouldn't be under a building. So when I see the 10 and the 20, I'm thinking the 10 is what he wanted to be 15 in order to make sure that long-term the area is there.
That would be new information to us. We met with his group to talk about what their needs were. They do typically ask for a 10-foot, we call it 10-foot PUE behind the public right-of-way.
Yep.
That's what we use throughout the city in terms of utilities. So
And
this
that's
would
what he
be-
said, that in neighborhoods, that's fine, but the width, the diameter, and the number of things, including the vault that has to go underneath the ground, they're concerned, or he's concerned,
Okay.
that 10 feet is not going to be sufficient.
I'm going to look up what his comments said, because I'm not
Perfect.
sure what
That would
they
be great.
said. I know when we met with them, they asked for 10 feet. We also asked them if they wanted to come in and provide public testimony at the Planning Commission. They elected not to. And this is the first time I've heard of 15 feet, but I want to make sure I did not miss it in their comments that they provided. You're welcome to change this as much as you need to. I will say the further back you get from the property in terms of a setback, the more vehicular oriented that this area will feel. And the direction and policy that's embedded in the 3 Mile Lane area plan is to have this commercial area feel more pedestrian oriented than a strip mall. And so that's the intention of the property setback. Our hope is that when something comes in for development, so a 5-acre, it's mostly a commercial area we're talking about because they have the 20 feet in the industrial area. When the 5 acres or more of development come in for a review, that there's an opportunity to sit down and figure out where on that site things need to occur so that it's not all set back. Right. And that it sort of modulates along there. I don't think our code even has 15 feet in our C3 zone, but I'm going to defer. Do you know, Jeff, for public utility easements? Yeah, I'm only familiar with the 10 feet.
Which John clearly explained that it normally is 10, but with this particular, he was concerned about wanting the 15 feet because of all the items that have to go down there and the diameter in order to eventually get to the airport and make sure that's successful. So, and it could be, so let me ask you this, if you change that to 15, but it doesn't have to be, does that give the, look at that face. Adam's giving me a look.
It will
change everything.
I'm sharing with you that
changing
the further back you get from the property line,
I hear you,
on the building setback changes the overall sense of place of that site.
And I understand sense of place, but I also want to make sure functionality and that what we're doing and what we're agreeing to is going to allow everything that needs to happen to be.
And this will be the only place in McMinnville where that is a requirement.
Okay. And like I say, it might be fine the way it is. I'm just asking the question based on the information that I was given. Sewer and Sure, you can weigh in on it. That's fine. It's a discussion. I just want to make sure before I agree to anything that we're good. Go ahead.
I mean, I would hesitate with you guys agreeing to or putting something in that isn't formally entered into the record by Water and Light. And if you wanted more conversation from Water and Light, I would encourage you to open a public hearing so you could get it on the record by Water and Light and not through secondhand information.
That would be great.
They do have 10 feet in their comments.
In their comment, they do? So I know that's this morning it was 15.
My hesitation around opening a public hearing is they had the opportunity to provide additional comments at the Planning Commission and chose not to. So could you be prolonging this decision for 30 days for them not to provide additional comments? Only time would tell, but that's a potential reality.
Thank you.
I'll also follow up and say we requested an additional meeting with them after we reviewed the code and their comments to see if the code accommodated it. We first met with them and they were very upset that they thought it was a 0 property setback. And so we were like, it's not, we responded to your original request, this is what it is. We then sent that to them to ensure that they had that and requested another meeting to meet and discuss it further, and they weren't able to meet.
Councilor Payne?
I'm comfortable moving it forward with the 10 feet, given, I trust the Mac Water and Light team to do their due diligence, and I assume it's been a minute since John dug a ditch to bury something. So I'm comfortable moving it forward with the 10 feet, knowing that they had plenty of time. And I would hate to delay it based on potentially a miscommunication at the risk of investing more in staff time because of because of 5 feet.
If I may, Mayor.
Yes, you.
Would add that at my last one-on-one with John Dietz, him and I did talk about this subject. We didn't get into specifics around the feet, but he did want to make sure that he wasn't being required to put vaults in the middle of roads and things of that nature was one of his concerns he raised at that meeting. Initially, when I went into that conversation, I was under the pretense that he potentially didn't want to put any utilities underground. He said that that wasn't the case. He's fine doing that. There is an increased cost to the ratepayers to maintain, and that the developer does burden the cost of the initial install, but they typically have a shorter lifespan than above ground, and there is an increased maintenance cost to that, none of which John was opposed to. His concern was more around putting vaults in the middle of roadways that then are more troublesome to service and have even a shorter life expectancy because of all the oils and things that you see come out of cars with dated infrastructure.
And that got taken care of?
I'm not aware. That was just a concern that he shared in my last one-on-one.
So Heather says yes.
Yeah, and he shared with us, his concern was locating the utilities under the public right-of-way infrastructure. So both streets and sidewalks, he didn't want to locate his utilities under there. So reviewing their memorandum comments start on page 36 of the packet. And in the third paragraph of the memorandum, so after the list of documents, they identify that our code itself talks about utility easements of 10 feet in width are required along all right-of-ways. So that's our current standard.
Okay, just as long as you guys both had the conversation and it sounds like it's fine, I just want to make clarification before we agree to it. Last thing we want is to build McMinnville Landing and struggle with utilities.
Yeah, and I'm, if it comes in, and we had this discussion when we met with them initially, if a developer wants to build out, let's pretend they want to build out 25 acres, and they come in with their plan development, they'll be meeting with the teams before going through the application process. And if it comes out that it's impossible to design the utilities appropriately to meet the needs, then there's always the opportunity to bring that plan development to the Planning Commission and ask for a variance for that particular plan development so that they can do what they need to do.
Great, thank you. Councilor Peralta?
Yeah, sorry to extend the time for this, but the testimony that we got from, I'm forgetting the name of the organization, but it related to effluent impacting the rivers, and I hadn't seen that testimony prior to this meeting, so yes, thank you. And so I wanted to check in because the water retention system I had expressed concerns about at our previous meeting, and so I'm wondering if you could speak to both the testimony that we received and how the proposed plan overlay mitigates or addresses those concerns.
I'm going to talk about how the Planning Commission addressed it and then defer to Jeff on the stormwater program that we have here at the City of McMinnville. So the Planning Commission reviewed, this is from the, I call them POVA, I forgot what the P stands for. But from their testimony and providing the report as I understand it is a pilot, so it's not regulatory. And the Planning Commission, when they reviewed it, liked what they saw, but they did not see it as applicable to this site right now within the City of McMinnville's regulations. That's what I know.
Yeah, so currently we don't have the water quality standard requirements passed down to us from DEQ. So we don't have an MS4 permit that requires it. So any additional water quality treatments would be on the city to be taken care of, and we don't have a stormwater utility to help pay for those facilities. So what's in the proposal meets the requirements of all the regulations that we currently have.
May I follow up? Thank you. But you've told us that we should be expecting to fall under those regulatory frameworks within the next few years, right? Would the regulations that we're going to be coming under, how does that relate to the testimony and the concerns being raised?
If we get the regulations, it depends on when the actual development permits and land use applications come in. We may or may not be subject to those regulations when they come in. It's really going to be a timing thing. If we get an MS4 permit passed down to us from DEQ, it'll have a start date that when those regulations go into effect, if they get the development materials in before that date, they wouldn't be required to do it. If they get the materials in after, they would be required. It's just kind of how it goes.
So I guess my question is, assuming it goes in before we are hit with the permit, and then we get hit with the permit, then the city would have to mitigate that using just city funds, or do we not have to mitigate at that point?
At that point, you wouldn't have to mitigate anything. It'd be like anything else in town that is already existing. It would be new developments that would trigger those water quality requirements.
Okay. And then how far is that south bend of the Yam Hill from the location, say, during rainy season?
It is, it's not far. That one of the things in the proposal does talk about detention facilities. There is a future policy discussion where the city could have with a developer. We control the land between this area and the river, and if you directly discharge to the river, the the detention requirements can be waived because you're discharging directly into the river and you don't have the erosion control issues. So that's something that could be worked specifically with a developer at that time.
Can you clarify what you mean by worked with the developer? Do you mean that you can mitigate it at that time, since it's, because my concern would be if it's going into a salmonoid river and affects the salmon in the river.
So the detention requirement is just to prevent erosion control, but if you're outfalling directly into the river, there's not an erosion issue there. So it shouldn't affect any salmonoid concerns for that. And how we would work with them is, since it's city property, the development would need an easement across city property to discharge directly. What I mean directly is they don't have to slow the flow down with a detention facility. They can just have the additional flow go directly into the Yam Hill.
But untreated into the Yam Hill?
Yes, it would be untreated one way or the other. The treatment is only a requirement if we get an MS4 permit.
But that's my question, is once we get that permit, so you're saying that they won't be subject to it once we get the permit if the permit comes in after? Any pre-existing structures are not subject to it?
Correct. So if they had already gotten their development permits and everything, we couldn't then require them to do water quality treatment.
Passing this overlay doesn't grandfather the 190 acres into our existing stormwater regulations, if that's helpful. It will be based on when development comes in. So that next process, that planned development process, when that development comes in, it needs to meet all of our local regulations that are in play. So if by then we have new stormwater regulations because of this permit, then they would need to meet that new regulation. And if that new regulation came midway before the whole site's developed, then new areas of that site would need to meet that regulation.
Got it, thank you.
Councilor Chenoweth?
I'm going to follow up on Mayor's questions. and ask them just a hair different, maybe than the way she was asking them, because I don't want to get down the road only to find out that we've created a problem. So is there a way to delay the process effectively to get an answer as to whether it's 10 or 15 feet that's needed?
That would be your public hearing option. I think it was item D on your options.
So the only way is through a public hearing?
Yeah, so you're making a decision about what's in the record, and so, it's based on the comments we've received. They didn't testify at the Planning Commission with that information. You're in a legislative mode, so you can have discussions with people outside the record, but to make the decision, you're making it based on what's in the record. So my recommendation is if you want MAC Water and Light to make that request officially, then we open a public hearing in which they can do so.
And then if I heard Adam correctly, interim manager Garvin correctly, you're expressing some concern about doing that.
No, I just wanted to express the reality was they had the opportunity at the Planning Commission and did not engage. So I don't know if anything's changed from the Planning Commission hearing point to now, because their written comments were submitted before the Planning Commission, and staff reached out for additional comments and didn't get any. So they basically rebutted that twice, other than engaging with myself and the mayor. I don't know if there's any harm in waiting 30 days, other than you're just pushing back your green light for this, but perhaps Planning Director Richards has different thoughts about prolonging it.
And I did get distracted during portion of this. All these questions that the mayor asked was all to this side of the room, right? It wasn't to this side of the room? So is that right? Just want to make sure before I ask. I don't want to ask a duplicate question.
Yes, I talked over here.
So, Jeff.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Can you give us insight whether 10 or 15 feet makes more sense in this case?
I don't deal with the private utilities, like designing them. Usually, I know John mentioned something about there's one line that's going to be larger to help with things over at the airport, and that larger line would require larger equipment, which would require larger vaults. So I think that this idea of a 10 or 15 foot, I think the 15 foot might just be for one stretch, and not every single PUE within the entire development. I don't know that, but I'm just guessing. So if that's the situation, like Heather mentioned, if that comes up in a development design that it's required to be larger on that one stretch, there is an opportunity to go through the Planning Commission to say that that is a need for this infrastructure along this stretch, and this PUE needs to be larger along that one street or whatever it might be. But you wouldn't necessarily need to say every single PUE needs to be 15 feet in the entire McMinnville landing, because that would be a substantial amount of land overall.
The other dialogue we had with him was where was the location of that particular line, and based on that dialogue, they don't know exactly where, but we're thinking it's going to be along that sort of main frontage road, and you have commercial on the northern side, industrial on the southern side. The industrial maximum setback is 20 feet. The commercial maximum setback is 10 feet.
Okay, I
think that gives
I'm
me
good with it.
confidence. Yeah, that gives me that gives me more confidence. Thank you. I appreciate you indulging me with a few more
the
questions.
fact that they can come back to the planning and adjust it, and I think it is just for one particular long line where there's an 8x10 vault.
Yeah, my conversation with him was around one long run.
Yeah, so we just need to make sure, but it sounds like it's going to be okay, and if not, it can be dealt with.
Yeah.
That's important.
I feel
I just want
confident
to
we
make sure we're okay.
And, I don't want, you can make decisions tonight, but we do have This has been a contentious discussion historically with the 3 Mile Lane area plan. It wasn't through this process, which was great because we had lots of different stakeholders at the table, and I think the master planning was very thoughtful, but I just want to make sure procedurally we're following the right process, because appeals are always on procedure.
No, I appreciate the discussion, because I just, again, want to make sure.
Can we go back to the slide that has the options?
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, do I have a counselor that wants to make a motion?
I'd love to.
Okay, so I have a motion from Counselor Chenoweth to accept the reading of ordinance 5168.
Under option A.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional questions?
I think for procedurally, I'd like it if you could make the motion saying the actual ordinance number.
Oh, I did, but that's okay.
Okay.
So he motion to accept the first reading of ordinance 5168. So, there, is that even clearer?
Yep.
Okay. Claudia?
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Counselor Payne?
Aye.
Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
Sorry. Ordinance number 5168 passes on its first reading unanimously.
Okay, so we can go to a second reading. Attorney David Lightberg, can you read the ordinance by title only?
This is the second reading of ordinance number 5168, an ordinance approving the McMinnville Landing Plan Development Overlay, docket G 1-25.
Do I have a motion to accept ordinance 5168 in its second reading?
So moved.
I have a motion from Counselor Chenoweth. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Oh, hello down there. I'm glad you're feeling good. From Counselor Cunningham. Any further discussion? Claudia?
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Counselor Payne?
Aye.
Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
Ordinance 5168 is adopted by a vote of 6-0.
Great. Okay, so we will be closing the city council meeting. Oh, go ahead.
Before you close the meeting, I just want to put something on the record for, to clear up item C this evening on number 4, the Wednesday council meetings. The Queen of Receipts brought something to my attention, and that actually has to be passed by ordinance. So we'll bring that back to you via ordinance, similar to the 2016 ordinance that was passed. And that will go live March 1st with how packets and timing goes. So we'll have that back before you, first meeting in February for you to vote on. We'll go live March 1st with Wednesday night meetings.
Okay, great. So those of you in the audience, we're going to adjourn the city council meeting at 10:12, but you're welcome to stay because now we're going to be going into an urban renewal agency meeting. For that meeting, I'm going to recuse myself and go into the audience and listen because I own property across the street from the RB Rubber site, and Councilor President Peralta will be leading this discussion. Do you have one of these? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to now call the McMinnville Urban Renewal Agency meeting to order at 10:12. Our one order of business is to consider resolution number 2026-01, resolution of the McMinnville Urban Renewal Board authorizing interim city manager or a designee to enter into and manage a memorandum of understanding with Guardian Real Estate Services LLC and the Housing Authority of Yamhill County to negotiate redevelopment of the property at 904 Northeast 10th Avenue and 836 Northeast Avenue, tax lots R4421BA03800 and R4421BA03850. I'd like to call on Community Development Director Heather Richards to present.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to reduce this presentation, so I might fly through some. I do think there are some people in the audience here, though, that have submitted some comments, and I wanted to address those comments as well, so I wanted to make sure I got to that. But tonight's resolution is authorizing the interim city manager to sign an MOU with Guardian Real Estate Services and Housing Authority of Yamhill County. Vicki is here from Housing Authority of Yamhill County, and I believe Ben Bartolazzo is online with the Guardian Real Estate Services. This is for the Northwest Rubber site. It's a 3.5-acre site. This is I was just looking at properties in this area. This is the largest property in the urban renewal district outside of the school district property for Cook School and the other school district property that they picked up for fleet maintenance. I forgot what the historical name of that business was, but so it's the largest property for creating catalytic opportunity here. To remind you, we bought it in October 23 for $4.25 million plus closing costs. That's a loan from the wastewater fund. It has interest-only payments right now on it for 5 years at 5.05%, and the Urban Renewal Agency is making those payments. This was first identified in 2011 at a community open house. This is actually a slide from that presentation they did there, but it was identified then as an opportunity site. The city had started having visioning and community discussions about taking this old industrial area, which used to be the original industrial area for the community, and revitalizing it as a mixed-use residential commercial area, and having the industrial area now be served over by Riverside. And the Northeast Gateway District Plan was adopted, and in that district plan, they talked about this particular area as industrial use transition. And the purpose was to move forward fairly quickly with redevelopment of this site when it became an opportunity. So there was never the city's interest of going out and buying the site from underneath a business, but when it became an opportunity to buy it and reposition it, that the city wanted to do so. As we all know, it was bought by Northwest Rubber, and they announced their plans to shut down the plant and sell the property, and that's when we engaged. In terms of the public-private development process, there's an RFQ where you find your partner, so the developer that you want to work with, and we went through that process, and then you establish an MOU, and that sort of establishes a deadline and an outline for how you negotiate a development agreement and the terms of that, and then the development agreement is drafted and you move forward with development. We sent out the RFQ. We received 8 proposals. We selected 4 for interviews, and we narrowed it down to 3 proposals from Ethos, Guardian, and Palindrome. And we brought that to City Council, and at that time, we hired Leland Consulting to do fiscal impact analysis for us. We were looking at near-term fiscal impact, so that was the terms of the transaction. What would be the purchase and sale agreement for the land to the private developer? What are some of the fees that they were asking for relief on? And then what was the long-term fiscal impact? And that was looking at things like property tax revenue and jobs and residential dispensable income, et cetera, et cetera. From that process, we chose Palindrome to negotiate with. There's been some misinformation out in social media about this project. Palindrome had a proposal of 181 housing units, as well as a 51-unit hotel and 11,000 square feet of commercial space. And then limited parking. And so when we brought it to City Council and they gave us direction on moving forward with negotiating, they identified some concerns. One of the concerns was parking. They wanted to make sure the proposal met our regulations for required off-street parking, and Palindrome's did not, so that was part of the negotiations. And then also what the purchase and sale of the property was. So Palindrome original's proposal was to get the property for free transaction. So we went into negotiations with those 2 elements. We did a parking study. The parking study showed that they needed more parking. They agreed to do that and reduce the number of housing units and reduce more commercial square footage than housing. And then we talked about purchase and sale of the property, and through those discussions, it became clear that that they weren't willing to purchase the property at a fair return for the city. And so they pulled out of the negotiations. We then went back and looked at a couple of options. Do we go to another developer proposal that came to us? Do we make a recommendation to put it back on the market and see what happens on the market? And so we went back into the original process and proposal for why we even entered into this. And that was one, again, thinking about making that catalytic redevelopment project on this large site that would transform this, industrial area into a mixed-use residential area. And the intention of the city from 2011 to make that project happen. And then our required elements of the RFP was looking at a variety of housing types, commercial spaces, parks, plaza, and open spaces, and parking. So we looked at the two other proposals from Ethos and Guardian to look at them from those perspectives. Are they catalytic, and do they meet those required elements? And they both do. And then we looked at the city council's proposal of trying to get fair return on the purchase and sale of the property and ensuring that we have adequate parking. And because of that, our recommendation to you is to enter into MOU with Guardian and the Housing Authority of Yamhill County. Their proposal does look at purchasing the property for $4.7 million, so that will provide recovery for the purchase price and carrying some of the carrying costs. They have 171 housing units proposed. Of those 171, 9 are live-work units. They are all affordable units as proposed, and that affordability is based on the HUD affordability criteria. So we're in the Portland metro area, so what would be seen as 80% AMI in Portland's figures is probably, I would say, 120% AMI here in McMinnville based on our wages here. They also have 3,000 square feet of commercial space, and then they provide 117 parking stalls, and the code requires 85. Their proposal looks at, meets our code in terms of how the Northeast Gateway District overlay requires buildings to be situated on the property and what it does to sort of open up that property and interface with neighboring properties. And then in terms of where we're at with costs on this project at this point in time, we have it budgeted in our current urban renewal budget to carry the interest-only payments through the end of June 30th if we need to. And so with from the time of purchase and the loan through June 30th, 2026, we will have expended $376,000 on the carrying price, so the interest-only payments, and about $45,000 on utilities and security. So a total cost of a little less than $620,500. Because of that, and we have the budget for it, have it budgeted in the current budget, we're recommending that the MOU has a 3-month term. So the previous MOU with Palindrome had a 6-month term. We felt that went too long to get to a no-go point. We'd like to get there. We'd like to have these discussions in a quicker time frame so that we can get to a development agreement before the end of the fiscal year. We've gotten some public comments from the neighborhood that's adjacent across the railroad tracks in the last couple of days, and I wanted to address some of those. The letters talk about the fact that the parking doesn't meet our parking code. It actually does. We have a section in our parking code for affordable housing. So in the letters, you see the parking requirements for our market rate housing, which is correct for 1, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom units for multifamily. But we do have a section which is under A8 of our parking chapter, which is affordable housing, which requires 0.5 spaces per dwelling unit. So since this is all affordable housing, they would only need to provide 85 parking stalls, and they're providing 117. We also got some comments about density and intensity and height of the buildings, and the height that is allowed in this particular zone of the Northeast Gateway District is a maximum building height of 80 feet. That's in our ordinance 4971. These buildings do not go up to 80 feet. In terms of density, the Northeast Gateway District Plan does call for housing. It particularly calls for housing in this southern area, high-density housing in the southern area of the Northeast Gateway District. and it looks at mixed-use mid-rise or mid-rise apartments housing, which is 30 to 50 dwelling units per acre, which is what this development actually proposes. And then in terms of a traffic impact analysis, there's discussion and concerns about what the traffic impact would be. So the first three that I just described to you are all regulations that we have in our code. And I reached out to legal counsel to see, can we put something in our development agreement that is stricter on development in this area than what's in our regulatory framework? And the legal response we got back is that the city cannot do that. We can't put more restrictive standards on the project than the underlying regulatory standard. So we can't in the development agreement say you can only build to this height and limit the housing product thereby. There's been a lot of laws passed by the state in recent years where the city can't be a barrier beyond their minimum standards in their regulatory framework. Now, so that's for parking height and density. It meets the code in terms of that. The traffic impact analysis, I'll describe when we require it, and there might be a little bit more flexibility with this. We require it when there's a comprehensive plan map amendment or zone map amendment. So presumably if you're upzoning something, you allow higher density to occur, we do require traffic impact analysis so we can understand what that means to the surrounding infrastructure. When the overlay, much like you just adopted that McMinnville landing overlay and we did the traffic analysis for that, when the overlay for the Northeast Gateway District was adopted, a traffic analysis was done at that time to see if the infrastructure, the transportation infrastructure around it could support what was envisioned for that area. When you're doing upzoning, you also can require a traffic impact analysis. So if you're going from an R1 zone to an R4 zone on 5 acres, you can ask for the traffic impact analysis to understand what the more intense development will mean. And then we can require it from the city itself. So we do have provisions in our code where we can require it when we think the development is something larger than what was originally contemplated as a standard for that particular parcel. And so if a traffic impact analysis is something that you want to move forward with as a body, that is something we can bring to the negotiations as part of the MOU. So I just wanted to give you a quick framework as to how we got here and our recommendation to you. We are working with a committee of community leaders comprised of the interim city manager, myself, our staff on that, and then Kelly McDonald, Peter Kircher, and Walt Gall are all supporting us in the negotiations, as well as Councilor Chenoweth and Councilor Peralta.
Thank you, Heather. Is that it?
Yes.
Great. Council, do we have any questions? Starting from left to right.
I have a comment, yes. The traffic is already a challenge at 8th and Lafayette, and 5th and Lafayette is also a close second to that. I would like to make sure that we're doing the proper traffic impact analysis and that the values of that aren't just on the threshold of acceptable, because if there's this many more homes going into that area, this is not going to be a pleasant area to drive. And so I would like to make sure that that gets added. So I don't know how we do that. Maybe come up with a value that is lower than we normally accept.
For traffic impact?
Yeah.
What I would suggest you do is we do a traffic impact analysis and then see what it yields and then have that discussion. So the traffic impact analysis is, we'll ask for what will be the impact of this development on particular intersections that we want to identify. So you just identified 2. I'd also like to look at the one at 14th. Is it 14th and Lafayette that's signalized up there too? Because the plan is to improve Alpine Avenue, so presumably we're hoping to direct some traffic that way. We'll look around at different intersections where we feel that there might be impact, and so we provide that to the developer, the list of intersections. They then go through the analysis and provide us as to what the impact to those intersections will be, so much like what you saw in the landing, failing, not failing, that type of thing. And then if it gets to a place where it's not meeting our regulatory standard, then the analysis will say, what's the mitigation improvement so that it would? So that's usually when you see, add a lane here, turn lane or something like that. I would suggest if you're interested in having that information so we can proceed forward in a certain way. Let's get the information first before we talk about what the proceed forward is.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Payne?
I think I'm too tired to put together productive thoughts.
Councilor Geary?
No comment.
Chris?
I'd like to follow up on Councilor Tukalski's question. Having a business that's on Johnson Street, which is what Lafayette Avenue turns into, I can tell you there was a pretty clear change when the 5th Street light went into effect, that the effect of that light created major backup, both directions. And I would really love whoever set that light up to come back and take a look to see if they set that up wrong. Because it was a instant, massive backup that never happened before to the level that occurred once that light went into place.
I think it's a project of our TSP, because if I recall correctly, it was on the transportation bond improvement list, right? Yeah. So.
I mean, I don't know if ODOT controls that light control system, who controls it, but something in the way that that light is timing is creating the backup.
The synchronicity.
Yes. So if we can get somebody to relook at that, I think that might resolve. And I've said this, I think it's not just there. When the 5th Street lights went in, multiple places started backing up badly. And I think it's in the synchronicity. I don't know who controls that, but if we could get somebody to come look at that, that would be fantastic.
I think we have a response from Mr. Hunsicker.
It is ODOT that controls it, and we've been talking with them about it recently. There's a couple things there. It's the synchronicity, and then also some of the equipment they have isn't working correctly. And we would have to pay for the new equipment.
Okay. Councilor Cunningham?
Yeah, I would say that I have some concerns with the traffic control in that area as well. I mean, especially with the idea that this is going to be one of the biggest pieces, but as we go down the road with hopefully the wrecking yard potentially going away as well and further development out there, that entire area is going to get impacted quite a bit more. So I think this is just probably not the first domino, but it's probably one of the many dominoes of trying to figure out how that's all going to flow correctly. So I think whether we do it today or tomorrow, we're going to be doing a lot more kind of studying on that impact there.
Yeah, I would say there's two types of traffic impact analysis. One is systemic, right, for the area, and that's probably a better analysis to do when we undertake the downtown master plan update, because that's looking at all of it. A development-related analysis will look at proportional. We have to be proportional, so how they're impacting the intersections around them.
Okay. Any other questions from the dais? Okay. It sounded to me like folks were interested in making a motion to consider this resolution, but with the addition of the traffic study, do we need to enumerate that in the motion?
Council President.
I think you can give us direction to do that in our negotiations. The MOU itself just sets the stage for what the negotiations are.
Okay. Well, that being the case, would anybody, sorry.
Before you start, can I just state for the record that earlier in our council meeting, I said there were 7 emails that went out. 2 of them were specific to the RB Rubber, this resolution, so they will be entered into the record and added to this packet.
Thank you, City Recorder Cisneros. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to consider URA Resolution Number 2026-01.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilor Geary and seconded by Councilor Payne. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Claudia, would you poll the council?
Councilor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Councilor Payne?
Aye.
Councilor Geary?
Aye.
Councilor Cunningham?
Aye.
Councilor Tukolski?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes, and with that, The resolution passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0. I will now adjourn the Urban Renewal Agency meeting at 10:33 p.m.